And a good evening, race fans in attendance here in the grandstands, and also the folks watching at home on their phones, wherever you may be around the great state of New Jersey, the USA, or in the world. You are watching action coming at you tonight from the New Egypt Speedway. We're located about 20 miles due west of Seaside Heights, New Jersey. If you've never been here before, we are in western Ocean County. We are in an area of the state called the Pinelands, surrounded by pine trees and natural forests out here. In the middle of it all, we get to make some thunder each and every Saturday night. Located right next to the Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakehurst Military Facility in central New Jersey. And it is a beautiful night here for racing at the New Egypt Speedway. Temperatures are in the low 80s. Humidity is up there quite a bit today. Winds are out of the southeast. Light breeze this evening and about a 20% chance of rain as we head into the evening and overnight hours. On tap for tonight, a big three-division card featuring the Mr. Crate Sportsman Classic, the Crate Sportsman one-on-one match races, and of course, Katy's race, a very important modified race tonight being run in the memory of Katy Mancini. We are waiting momentarily for the cars and stars of the New Egypt Speedway to begin making their way out of the backstretch pit entrance. What we do between about 5:30 and 6:15, we have a couple of hot lap sessions for our divisions. That way they'll get a green, white, and checker, about a 2 or 3 lap test on the racing surface to see what the track's going to do, what the cars are going to do, what kind of moisture levels, what kind of tackiness, what kind of dust levels. And then the drivers have a lot of notes on that type of track that has been prepared tonight. They'll go back in the pits, figure out which way they want to set their car up, make their final adjustments, and come back out for their qualifying heat races. And that, of course, is post time 6:30 p.m. At around 6:25, we'll head downstairs and welcome everybody, and we'll have our invocation and national anthem, and then we get our program on. Very excited to be back up here in the booth with Nick Leach. Of course, the voice of the New Egypt Speedway, Pistol Pete, is hopefully getting some largemouth bass biting on his hook, line, and sinker up there in the beautiful mountain lakes of Maine. But Pete, you're watching. We wish you were here. I wouldn't mind being up there on a fishing boat either right now on hopefully what is a beautiful Saturday evening up in New England as well. But Nikki and I are up here. We're going to have some fun tonight, and hopefully you fans in the stands will have just as much fun, and you'll come back again next week.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you can drop us a line. Let us know where you're from. Let us know where you're watching from. That's always a popular thing here. Jim will find out where you're from, what you're doing, maybe give you a shout-out on YouTube. It's my first time live on YouTube from New Egypt Speedway. I have some stuff that I do that I get live on YouTube, but this is a pretty unique opportunity for you, the race fan, to be here at New Egypt, but if you're not here, you get a chance to watch this live on YouTube. So, yeah, he was talking about Pete being in Maine. Rob Mancini just got home from Maine also, said it was beautiful there. But tonight is going to be a special night as we honor Katy Mancini here at New Egypt Speedway. And the Crate Classic, Ryan Simmons, who is looking to win this for the third time, I do believe. But there's a lot of guys that are hungry. The modified point race is shaping up to be a wonderful point race here at New Egypt Speedway. 3 guys that are in the thick of the hunt, but there's a couple other guys, Jim, that are just outside in that points battle that if one of these 3 guys has a problem, they can sneak right in.
Yeah, the points are so close for the top 3. We don't need no stinking chase format here. We do it old school style at the New Egypt Speedway, and coming down in the last 3 points races, including tonight, Ryan Godown enjoying just a slim 4-point lead. He's got 3 feature wins on the season over Danny Buck with 2 wins, and Ryan comes into tonight with 424 points, Danny Buck with 420 points, and third with a couple of wins, Billy Pouch Jr., with 406 points on the season. TVD is back there with 360 points, certainly still within the margin of error to kind of capitalize if one or more of the top three run into any issues. A little bit further back, 96 points back is Jack Butler in the 5, and Paul Mancini is currently running 6th in points, but he's only 2 points out of the top 5 with 326 points. Davey Salmons with a win this year is also in the hunt for that second battle going on with 311 points. All your point standings can be found on NewEgyptSpeedway.net, our official website of the New Egypt Speedway. We want to welcome our video crew. I'll welcome them because I forgot last time. I'm not going to do that again, but we want to welcome our camera folks tonight. Will be Photog Ryan up top, Frankie on the backstretch, and behind the panel, behind the controls, producing, directing, doing all the graphics, that is Dustin. Paul Mancini will be carrying the live in-car camera this evening for the Hot Laps to Heat Race and the feature. We hope to see great things out of the Paul Mancini number 7. And we're moments away from seeing the first cars enter the Speedway. Hot Laps will be out momentarily. We're just waiting for them to enter the track. Still waiting on car counts. Hopefully a good field. Our modifieds have been between 22 and 26 cars each and every week. We've had about 25 to 30 sportsmen each and every week. And we'll see how many street stocks show up this evening here on a beautiful Saturday night.
And the racing has been spectacular here at New Egypt. You have watched it from home. And don't forget, gang, if you're here live, you can always watch the broadcast later on. So Sunday morning while you're sitting out on the patio on the deck drinking coffee, you can re-watch this broadcast, and you'll probably see yourself in the grandstands because they come through the grandstands and do all that good stuff. So you got the best of both worlds here. You come watch it live, and then tomorrow while you're drinking your coffee and having your crimpets and stuff, you can see yourself on TV. So as the first car makes it out on the racetrack, I'll turn it over to Jim.
Dylan Morris out there in the 34. There's Shane Grosso in the number 17 street stock making his way through turns 3. And the cool thing is, stay tuned to the New Egypt Speedway Facebook page throughout the week. Nikki does a lot of great behind-the-scenes interviews and things you get to see in the pits that you don't see if you're in the grandstands or watching at home. So those special segments we put on the New Egypt Speedway Facebook page. We also, if you don't want to sit through a full 5-hour coverage, I get to edit down the highlights to about 3 or 4 minutes per division, and we scatter that out throughout the week. Usually starting Sunday night, we start to post those highlights of all the action here. Doesn't matter what class you run at New Egypt Speedway, you'll be seen live on YouTube, and then you'll have your own division highlighted throughout the week. Ryan Simmons, last week's Sportsman feature winner in the number 20, going across the scales. Glenn McIntyre coming out of the pits in the orange number 88. Glenn McIntyre will be one of our participants in the match races. It was by invitation in the top 10 in points, had a shot of it, but Mikey Butler being out of town, Glenn McIntyre running 11th in points, he slides up, so your 10 cars for the match races will be your top 10 in Sportsman points. Good deal for Glenn McIntyre. Let's see if he can win a couple extra bucks, if he can beat his competition in those 2-lap match races coming up before intermission. Scotty Freed's in the 72 street stock in turn number 4. Rob Ormsby back with us in the 19 street stock underneath the Izzy sign in the backstretch. Pat Force back with us too in the 18. Hunter Plosky in the 27 making his way out of the pits. George Garris Jr. is out there in his number 92 Junior Modified. Moving up from the Sportsman ranks this year into a Modified. Ryan Hyams in the number 18 with a couple of wins. There's Mr. Plosky in the Flemington Department Store Izzy Trucking number 27. Davey Simmons pulling off the track to head to the scales in the 79. The number 88 Street Stock in turn 3, that's Chris Lane. He won Street Stock feature a couple weeks ago. That's his second win of the year. He was not here last week, but he is back tonight. Will Dupree's in the 2D.
Now that 29 car you see out there, that's the Amwell Auto Body colors on that car. That is the Amwell Auto Body number 29. That is Justin Grasso, or Brandon Grasso, excuse me, in the 29. That is Brandon Grasso in the 29. In the 6 car right here, that is Justin Grasso in the number 6. Alexi Wilson in this beautiful pink and black and silver number 1W. Had a chance to talk to her before the races start, and you'll get to see that on YouTube later on in the week here as we did our 10 question from XTP. Alexi Wilson came real close to winning her first feature event here, and she told me if she wins the feature tonight, it's going to be changed to the Miss Crate Classic. Not the Mr. Crate, the Miss Crate Classic. David Malozar in the 32C. Johnny Bangs in the 323. George Garris Jr. Paul Mancini, of course. Ryan Heim. Joe Brown coming off some good finishes in that 5J. Will Dupree in the 2D. 2 Mancini cars out there. I'll find out exactly who is in them cars. Pat Walls in the 5W. Aiden Spencer's in the 921. Danny Buck is in the number 6. Brian Ludwig in the 94. TVD, Tanner Van Dorn, while we were on vacation for the modifieds, he went to Orange County and picked one off. So the track running in real quick here. Jim Housworth, Rob Ornsby out there. Cars running the track in real quick, going to come into shape real quick here. And we'll give them their hot laps, and then we'll go right into our invocation and anthem in our heat races. Ethan Bill going into the pits. John Scarpati in ES2. Ryan goes down. The Ringo's rocking, and is he trucking and rigging special? Steve Davis, the point leader in the crate division in the 72. Nick Van Wickle in the 41. Jack Butler, Flying Dutchman. So addition to the field, Brandon and Justin Grasso, good additions. Of course, one is in the 29, one is in the 6. There's Matt Ellery in the 29 in the Ellery Special. There's 2 29s out there. Bob Lyman Jr. in the USA number 1. Bob, a former champion here. Kevin Borden in the 928. Corey Cormier in the 26. All right, the cars are going to make their way to the infield. We'll split them up, and then we'll bring them out for their hot lap session. I want to welcome everybody again on YouTube on our live channel here at New Egypt Speedway, and we want to welcome everybody in the grandstands here. It's going to get nice and real nice when the sun goes down tonight. The rain will pop, but you'll be nice and cooled off in the grandstands a little later on. So cars breaking off. I see a wingless sprint in there. Somebody going to do some laps with that. John Sickle looking over the front stretch, see if there's any obstacles out there. Couple cars going over the scale. Steve Davis, the point leader in the crate division. He's kind of a favorite to maybe win this race, Jim. I don't know.
Yeah, you can never count out Steve Davis. We call it the backyard barbecue car. He's got the Bubba burgers, the sausage all over it. You look at that car and you're hungry. Jeff Handel making his way out too in the street stock number 11, but the first of 3 Sportsman hot lap sessions, I believe, are going to be getting underway. I believe Tia Almec is back with us in the 38. Looks like 9 cars in the first Sportsman session. Mike Toth in the 89, Tia Almec in the 38. Checker flag coming out on the first of what I think will be 3 hot lap sessions. Steve Puglisi in the 43. Half his car is a number 7 and half the car is a 43. So showing his support for his buddy Paul Mancini, and of course honoring Katy Mancini as well. Bob Lineman back with us for the first time in I don't know this year, but it might be his first visit this year in the number 1. Dylan Moore's out there in the 34. John Scarpati in the S2. Pat Wall in the 5W. Mr. Nappy's back with us in the 55. Ellery in the 29. Ethan Bills in the 14. Looks like Matt Ellery has a backup car out there tonight. We'll see who's driving some of these doubled up cars.
So Ellery with 2 cars. We'll find out who's driving the other one. John Scarpati flashing by in the S2. There's Miss New Egypt. She's selling 50-50 tickets. Last time we ran the 4 cylinders, Big Country standing down there behind the flag stand. Kyle Hurley, racing to him. I do not see his partner in crime yet, Dominic Antonelli. All right, more cars out on the racetrack. Ryan Simmons, the real deal, if you will. Nick Van Wickle. David Malozar. Steve Davis. All right, don't forget, you have to hit the like and subscribe button if you're watching live, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel. Then next time we go live, you'll get a notification when we're live, and you'll go right to it. So make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel here. We got a lot of people watching. We appreciate you watching.
Looks like Johnny Bangs with your quick time in that modified hot lap session. Johnny Bangs coming in at a 17.676. The only driver to break into the 17-second bracket on that hot lap session. More modifieds coming out right now. Billy Pouch Jr. is in the number 1.
All right. Halsworth, Grasso's out there also. Billy Pouch. We'll let you know who sets quick time in this one. Still Johnny Bangs with the fastest laps here. Billy Pouts round second, and Brandon Grasso third, and then Jack Butler. Last session of modified hot laps coming out now. Justin Grasso in the Matty Ice Machine. Then it's Dominic Buffalino in the 3, Danny Bucks in the 6, Tanner Van Dorn's in the 27. Right in front of you, Kevin Borden in the 928. All right, here we go. Well, the cream rises to the top, but nobody gets to the very top as Johnny Bangs is still the fastest. Billy Pouts is second. Danny Buck is third. All right, street stocks coming at you.
On the track right now, one of our wingless sprint car competitors. It is the Northeast Wingless Sprint Division. We call it the news. So if you ever hear us talking about news, we're talking about the wingless sprints. They'll be back in a couple weeks. We do not know who this driver is, but he's just getting the feel of the automobile, and you can see This number 16, nice looking car. We have no idea. If you know who this driver is, let us know. Either you're watching or if you're in the stands, shoot us a text on the YouTube stream.
Hey, the driver's name is We Too Slow. The driver's name for Jim, We Too Slow.
That's somebody out here in the wingless sprint car division taking their first laps behind the wheel of the number 16. By the way, for you folks watching on YouTube, again, if you want to scan the QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that'll give you a link to our merchandise online store. Show off your support and love for the New Egypt Speedway. Even if you're halfway across the world, you can purchase t-shirts and hats and all sorts of good stuff from our online merch store. Wear it proudly, whatever state you may be in. I know we have people from upstate New York checking in. We have Florida. We've got North Carolina. Wherever you are, let us know. We'll give you a shout if we can during some of the breaks. And this driver starting to pick up some speed as he wraps up his hot lap session. We'll see if he comes back out a little bit later on. But again, another addition to our wingless sprint car field, that number 16. We're about a half hour away from post time, folks, so you've got time to visit the concession stands, visit the novelty stand right underneath the main announcing tower, visit our snack stand. We got a lot of good things to eat and drink. I just inhaled a cheesesteak, and so did Nikki up here. Best bargain in racing, $6 will get you a delicious cheesesteak, and you can add on the peppers and onions. So right now our Packer trucks will come back out. As you saw, it was a little bit dusty. They'll throw some water down. We'll run that track in and get conditions suited for qualifying coming up in under 30 minutes from now.
All right, let's talk a little bit about what we got as far as donations and who gave them to us and who's going to get them and all kinds of stuff here for the Katy race, as we call it here, as we remember Katy Mancini here at New Egypt Speedway. The modified winner okay, is going to get $1,000 compliments of Mancini Custom Homes. The modified winner is also going to get another $1,000 compliments of John Blewett Incorporated. Now, the 12th place finisher in the modified division is going to get $500 compliments of Flying Ryan Mancini, who runs a quarter midget here at New Egypt Speedway. Proud to say I gave that boy that nickname. Modified 7th place is going to get $150 compliments of Puglisi Motorsports, and you've seen him out there in the warm-ups. 12th place modified finisher is going to get $100 from March Racing. Modified 13th place winner is going to get $100 compliments of Montana Motorsports, the 13T, and them fine people there. Modified 9th place finisher is going to get $99 compliments of Training Tales. Now we move to the crate division. Crate winner is going to get $250 extra compliments of Ellery's Pub and Grill. Second place is going to get $250 also from Ellery's Pub and Grill. Hard Luck Award, free carb rebuild from Fresh Carburetors. Modified 7th and 10th place finishers will get a free 11 by 14 photo, compliments of Jim Brown Racing Photos. What can Brown do for you? Well, that's what he's going to do for us tonight. Modified 5th place, $150 gift card, compliments of F&W Graphics. You got to let Mr. Mancini know who wins that. Also, modified 5th place finisher gets $100 compliments of Bridgeport Motorsports Park. Thank you. Modified 9th place finisher gets a free hat and shirt, compliments of Sweet Victory Apparel. Modified 10th and 16th place finishers get a $50 gift card from Erk Power Steering and Repair. That's Eric Corman. Modified and crate 13th place finishers get gift baskets, compliments of Creston Hydraulics, which is right down the street. Modified first car on Dig Shocks, set of shock covers from Dig Race Products. Modified and crate hard charger, free shock dyno service, Shockwave Technology, which is Johnny Banks. Modified and crate 14th. Modified 14th and 19th place, $100 gift card, compliments of Barrett's Performance Warehouse. Crate, highest finisher from the Conti, will get $50 compliments of Scott in the stands. So we got manufacturers, we got just regular people in the stands giving donations for the Katy race. And this race is very special to a lot of people. A lot of people knew Katy. A lot of people didn't know Katy. But we'll tell you a little bit about her later on. In the meantime, they're prepping the track, getting it ready for our first heat races. As we'll take a little break here while they get the track manicured.
Well, now's the part of the night, Nikki, we like to ask our viewers on YouTube, where are you in the world? Where in the world are you watching the New Egypt Speedway? And we have a couple of answers already. Rich Wenger watching from Cape May. Bones from New York checking in. Binghamton. Sean's out there. Sean's racing updates. You can find Sean on Facebook if you're a Dirt Modified fan. He is following the action tonight from 18 different modified racing events across the Northeast. Sean's racing updates on Facebook. A loyal viewer here. Mike Butler is watching while he's in Florida. Hi, Mikey. Sorry you can't make it tonight. Don Buchanan is watching from the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis. Speaking of Indy, that's the home of USAC, and they were at the Springfield Mile today, and Cody Swanson won the Silver Crown race in the white number 24. Well, if that white number 24 looked familiar and you were here in the stands a few weeks ago, Jared Kreider was racing a 305. Same car owner, Johnny Hagenbottom, owns Cody Swanson's Champ car and Jared Kreider's number 24. 3:05. Of course, if you've been around sprint car racing in the last 40 or 50 years, Mike Hagenbottom piloted that number 24 in URC and 3:05 competition for many, many decades. Mike Hagenbottom, an occasional Silver Crown driver as well. So you're watching out there. Barry Woods checking back in, watching from the United Kingdom. He says, a big shout out and thanks for all the safety crews and all those behind the scenes. Without them, we would have nothing. Thank you, Barry Woods, checking in for the United Kingdom. You guys need to get some dirt track racing in England like we do here in the States. I know you have some quarter-mile and fifth-mile tracks up there in England. Never been to them, but I've seen videos. But wouldn't it be neat? I think a sport like this would really take off in the English countryside. Chris McCall watching from Arizona, so is Heather Bunker. Gabby is swimming in the quarry in Morrisville, Pennsylvania. 5 minutes, folks, 5 minutes. Kids bus. Line up for the kids bus. It's leaving in 5 minutes at the main entrance gate, kids. If you are in the kids club, go to the main entrance. The bus is leaving in 5 minutes. Mike is watching from Florida. Yuri is watching from the grandstands. Karen Patullo is watching from Frenchtown. She says, go Matty Ellery. Lucama, North Carolina. Billy Post checking in. Doug Heege is watching from Jackson. Doug, get in the car. Come on over. You're not far in Jackson. John Criscione is watching from Long Island. He just drove from Naples to Myrtle Beach, and now he's in Long Island with his son Chris and daughter-in-law Jamie. They're attending Riverhead Raceway. That's a track I've never been to, Riverhead Raceway. They'll be here Thursday night with the Short Track Super Series. Will Brown still out in Seattle. Dallas Cook is watching in Lake City, Florida. Chris Bennett's watching in Newtown. Johnny and Jen Bill, they're watching from Bowman Lake State Park in upstate New York. Nikki, we've got 338 people watching the packing trucks right now live on YouTube. How cool is that? We still have an audience. We've had more than 1,000 people already check in tonight.
Well, like I said, technology is wonderful when it works, and it's working pretty cool here. And like I said, you got to subscribe, gang. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and like it. And when we go live here at New Egypt Speedway, you'll be able to get a little notice, and then you'll know we're going live, and you'll be able to click on that, and you'll be able to see the live feed right here, live from New Egypt track, getting a little bit more moisture in it. It's smooth. It's going to be fast. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have a great night here. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves on YouTube, but hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves here. Going to cool down a little bit now that the sun's going down. Going to make it nice and comfortable here tonight at New Egypt Speedway as the guys on the track getting everything in order. We're going to do our invocation and our anthem, and then we're going to roll right into our heat races. If you're wondering about the heat race winners and if we're going to post them, yes, we have a guest guy that's going to do our heat race winners. That's going to be Jim Brown. Jim Brown is going to be doing the heat race winners with my niece Dina tonight because I'm up here in the tower with Jim. So don't worry, gang. You'll be able to see your heat race winners.
Some more people checking in. Craig is watching from Michigan. Gabby says, good luck, Uncle Glenn, from me and my mom. John and Mary Blackwell are watching all the way up north in Milford. Some people are excited. They're coming Thursday for the Short Track Super Series event. And this is the 4th time we've tried to run this show. I have not looked at the weather for Thursday. I'm not going to look at the weather for Thursday. But I can tell you, there will be a hurricane about 400 miles offshore. Usually when a hurricane passes offshore, we get dry weather, a little bit breezy, but we usually get the dry air that wraps around hurricanes that pull away. So without even looking at the forecast map for Thursday, I think we're going to be in really good shape.
See, he just set himself up to where you can blame him if we get rained on Thursday. But no, going to be a great event on Thursday here at New Egypt. It's the one you marked down on your calendar 4 times already. So this is going to be the Charm Gang. All the stars and cars of the Short Track Super Series will be here. So make sure you tell your boss you got to get out of work early or whatever you got to do. It's a Thursday night now. Usually it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. And then we have the Outlaws going to come here on a Friday night. So that's another one that you mark down on your calendar. So make sure that you're here. And but we're here tonight. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to honor Katy Mancini. And we're going to do the Crate Classic. And like I said, Lexi Wilson told me she's going to try her hardest to win this race so she can have it renamed the Miss Crate Classic instead of the Mr. Crate Classic. So this ought to be pretty cool. So they're running in the track. It seems to be coming in pretty quick here. Momentarily, we'll have cars out for their heat races. First, we'll do our national anthem and our invocation. And from what I understand, everybody's going to be involved.
Folks, we come right back in action Thursday night. Post time 7:15. Post time 7:15 this Thursday night. Warm-ups at 6:30. Post 7:15. Short Track Super Series. You folks watching at home, you can see that the next race, Thursday, August 21st. That's this Thursday at 6:30. Racing at 7:15. Hot laps at 6:30. Modifieds, Short Track Super Series Modified, Short Track Super Series Sportsman, and the New Egypt 4 Cylinders all coming at you this Thursday night. By the way, for the viewers checking in, Thursday night's broadcast will be live on Flow Racing. Thursday will be live on Flow Racing. I know this because I'll be behind the main camera that night. So we will be broadcasting live on Flow. Just about everybody, if you're a race fan, I'm sure has Flow. So that'll start again. We'll probably be up around 6 o'clock, between 6 and 6:30 with the Flow broadcast, and then we'll come right up with the hot laps at 6:30. We'll definitely be live at 6:30. But yes, Thursday night, for those of you who are asking, it'll be live on Flow. It will not be on YouTube. This is an outside touring series, and Flow maintains the broadcast rights for all of these short track Super Series events. Pistol Pete watching from Maine. Don't worry, Pete. Nick's keeping your chair warm up here for you. I hope you're on the boat watching this right now.
All right, Video Jim's going to work his way downtown to do our invocation and our anthem. Our anthem is going to be special tonight, gang. So, from what I'm hearing.
To the TV station. Yeah, I can't get away. He keeps sucking me back into this.
So if you're here for the first time at New Egypt Speedway, you're in for a surprise because you're here on a special night. And you're also here when we're going to have a special session of match races. If you've never seen the match races here at New Egypt Speedway, you're in for a treat because yours truly will be down on the racetrack calling the match races for the crate cars. And, of course, we have our crate classic tonight along with our modifieds and our street stocks. And it's going to be an awesome night for an awesome lady. and we'll talk about her in a minute.
By the way, happy birthday, Shelby Lobianco. Shelby Lobianco's birthday is coming up on Monday. Happy birthday, Shelby.
Steal that dog, Dina.
Should I head down, stand down that area? Or no? I'm paying for the cheesesteak.
Mancini, bring your car up stage here by the pit shack, please.
So it looks like maybe 1 or 2 more laps around with the Packer trucks. Track is coming around very nicely after quite a bit of water was put down after the hot lap session. Track should be really, really good.
All right, gang, if you're watching from home and you want to be a part of our 50-50, this is what you got to do. You'll see it up in the top of your screen, and you can be a part of it. Call these numbers, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. That's 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. That'll put you right in the 50-50 drawing. The drivers are going to be in it, Paul Mancini and Mr. Puglisi. They'll be going through the grandstand doing the 50-50 challenge. We have had some of the best 50-50s in recent years here at New Egypt Speedway because of this 50-50 challenge. Jim will tell you himself, it's been over $1,000 to the winners the last 3 weeks, right, Jim?
Yeah, we actually had one over $2,000 a couple weeks ago as well. So it's been over $1,000, usually somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000. It's a lot of fun. I love when the drivers get down here. We always have them start at opposite ends, but they usually get stuck right around here because a line of people have formed behind them to buy their 50-50 tickets off their favorite driver. So we'll see what Mr. Mancini and Steve Puglisi can do with those sales in just a little bit once we get into that portion of the program right after the match races. So it looks like our heavy equipment, Nikki, is moving off the track. Before we come back down here, I'll send it back upstairs to you for some very important words about the woman that we're remembering here at the Speedway tonight.
Mancini, bring it up. Invocation and national anthem very soon.
All right, we'll let the trucks slow down, and we'll let them get a chance to get out of their vehicles. We'd ask you to rise, take off your headgear if you can. Tonight is a special night. And it's a special night because of a special lady. That special lady was the mother of a little guy that races a quarter midget here on Thursday nights at New Egypt Speedway. His name is Ryan Mancini. We call him Flying Ryan. His brother races a modified here. His name is Paul Mancini. And their sister, Sydney, frequents around here every once in a while. You'll see her too. And her husband, Rob, does all the fun things to make his kids have everything that they need. But the main thing that they are missing is their mom. Tonight we honor Katy Mancini. You saw the purple. You see pink. You see the shirts with her name on them. She touched so many people. And there's so many other people that could probably remember her better than I could. If you spent 5 minutes with Katy, you fell in love with her. She loved her animals, her horses. She loved her kids. And it's a damn shame that you won't get a chance to see the fruits of her labor, because 2 of them are great race car drivers, and her daughter is going to become a nurse. Katy, we honor you tonight with this race, and we will honor you every year at this time, because there's people that come in and out of your life, gang, that leave impressions on you. The ones that leave impressions on your heart stay with you forever. I tell you all the time, tell the people that you love them while you can talk to them, while you could see them. This woman put up a gallant fight until she couldn't fight no more. And the Mancini family done everything they could to keep her here. But God wanted her a little more than we did. We don't remember the way that Katy died. We remember the way she lived. And boy, did she live. We love Katy Mancini, and when you hit your knees tonight, ask God to love her too. This is for Katy. We love you, Katy, and we're thinking of you. This race is for you.
So very, very well said. With that, we turn it over to our own Reverend Dan Schaefer for tonight's invocation.
Thank you, Jim. Lord, we pause to thank you tonight for our great country, the United States of America. And our hearts are heavy tonight for the world, and we want to put our prayers to the throne of God to bring peace in this world. We all hate war. We hate death. We hate violence. So we ask you in the days ahead that you would move on the hearts of those around the world, our leaders, those that are controlling their own countries. So here we are, one of the fast tracks of the Northeast, New Egypt Speedway. We thank you for our crowd tonight. We thank you for our racers. We thank you for everyone that makes this the great track that it is. We pray in Christ's name. Amen. Shalom.
Thank you, Rev. And now with our national anthem, we have a special presentation by Dina. Tell us what's going on.
Thank you, Jim. I had a faux pas this week. My national anthem singer kind of went, oh, she's sick, so. In honor of Katy, because she did so much with the kids, and if all the kids could come down, and if everybody could join us, we're all going to have a big sing-along, you know, kind of like Disney does, but we're going to do it with the national anthem. I'll lead. I know there's some singers up here that can help me. So If kids or anybody wants to come down and help me, that'd be great.
All right, kids, don't come all at once. Come on down here. Let's do this all together. Let's show the YouTube world how New Egypt Speedway does the national anthem.
Do you want to hold it for me? I don't want to overpower everyone. All right, you coming?
Gather around Dina, and we'll all look up at the TV camera so the world can see you guys.
Oh, we got little ones. All right. I don't care if you can or you can't sing. Just show your American patriotism. We ready, guys? All right. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nice job, Dina, and everybody else out here. Folks, we do have some first-time race fans. I just met one of them, a fan of Jeff Handel, the number 11. Thank you, Mr. Mancini, for the American flag on Katy's night. For you first-time race fans, it's really easy. We only have 3 rules for you to follow here. Rule number 1, when we say your favorite driver's name, you have to make some noise, scream, cheer, stomp your feet, do whatever to get your neighbor's attention. Let them know who you're cheering for. Number 2, the smoking area, not in the grandstands. You have to do it by the bathrooms away from the picnic area. That is a state law. And number 3, when you come back on Thursday or Saturday next week, bring a first-time race fan with you. We don't care where they're from, but without your support, we would not be here. So you know the rules. You've seen the cars out for the hot lap sessions. Now we're going to start the night out with 3 big Sportsman heat races, and then we'll have the street stocks, the modifieds, the match races. We're going to have some fun tonight to remember a great woman. Nick, you have the lineup for the first heat. I'll send it upstairs to you while we get situated down here.
All right, Jim, we're ready for heat race number 1 in the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Hunter Plowski will be on the pole out of Ringgoes, New Jersey. Second will be Stephen Puglisi in car number 43. John Scarpati will start third in the S2. Then it'll be Glenn McIntyre starting fourth in the 88, and then in the 5th spot will be Ryan Heim, and then David Malozar goes to the 6th post in the 32C. Steve Davis will start 7th, and in the 8th spot, rounding out the field in the first heat race will be Joe Nappy. So that's how they'll come to the post for the first heat race. I'll wait for Video Jim to get back up here. He's going to call the play-by-play for the Crate Sportsman.
We're going to embarrass the heck out of this youngster, but happy birthday, Chase Van Dorn, 13 years old today, watching his big brother Tanner out there. Happy birthday, Chase. Yeah, you knew it was coming. Dina, that was pretty cool. We got to do that again sometime with the kids. We've already had about 1,800 different people check in on our YouTube screen right now. 541 people watching from all over the world. That's pretty cool. So as you see, that number 7 is on the right door. The left door on the backstretch, you'll see the 43. That's Stephen Puglisi Jr., one of our 50-50 celebrity sellers coming up at intermission. Glenn McIntyre in the 88 will line up 4th out of New Egypt in the Hugs for Brady Foundation. Lions Construction, number 88. In turn 3, it's the I'm Starving car, the Premio Sausage Bubba Burger, number 72. Steve Davis, your points leader coming into tonight with 2 feature wins on the season. He's got that slim 2-point lead over Mikey Butler, but Mikey Butler watching from Florida. Joe Nappy back with us in the 55 out of Howell. He'll start 8th. We've got half our heat race number 1. By the way, we have 24 sportsmen, so all cars will qualify. The top 5 will handicap. John Scarpati in the S2. He's had a couple of quick weeks in that S2. That car picking up some speed. Ryan Heim in the number 18 had a new paint job on the car, and he's done well in that teal and white number 18. He's got a pair of wins on the season, currently in 8th in points, but he has the opportunity to move up quite a few spots. He's close to being in the top 5. David Malosar out of Southampton in the 32C. He'll line up in 6th. Still waiting for our pole sitter, Hunter Plosky, in the 27. We did see him out for hot laps, Nikki, but I don't see him coming out the gate just yet. So we're waiting on Plosky. Here he is. He came out of the turn 4 entrance. Finally. If you've never been here before, our heat races for the Sportsman and the Modifieds are 8 laps in distance. If we have a yellow flag, sponsored by the Roost Restaurant right up the street, it'll be the Roost Restaurant yellow, and we'll restart double file right to the end in our qualifying races. That is for every division here. And then in the features, we do double file restarts until 5 laps to go. Our flaggers have signaled we'll go green this time by getting ready for the first green flag of the evening in competition. Great Sportsman heat number 1, Hunter Plosky, Stephen Puglisi Jr. on the front row. Green is out for the first time tonight. 3 wide action, almost 4 wide back there as Glenn McIntyre in the 88 gets around Puglisi to the inside of the S2. John Scarpati, that's a battle for second. Through 3 and 4, 2 by 2 behind the leader. Your Sportsman rookie co-champion, Hunter Plosky, looking good in heat number 1. He leads lap number 1, McIntyre on his tail. Ryan Heim in the 18, Malosar right behind him, and Steve Davis is up to 5th, looking for 4th. Steve Davis has a nose on the inside of Malosar. They fall back single file, but here comes Davis once again entering turn number 3. Hunter Plosky doing a great job out there. Hunter Plosky doing a great job maintaining that lead over Mr. McIntyre coming out of turn 4. There's the signal. 4 laps down, 4 to go. 4 laps to go for Hunter Plosky. All 8 cars are single file, spaced out kind of evenly around the 7/16 mile of the New Egypt Speedway out of turn 4. That'll be 3 laps to go this time by. Hunter Plosky looking like a veteran out there, even though he's the rookie champ, holding off a hungry pack of sportsmen. Again, top 5 will get their handicap back. That's where Steve Davis wanted to be. And he's in no danger of losing that. He's got about a half a straightaway lead over Joe Nappy in the 6th position. So your top 5 pretty much, if they don't get messing around with each other, they're all in a good spot where they want to be right now. Even though they're single file, they're safely in that handicap spot. White flag, 1 lap to go, 1 to go for Hunter Plosky, making his way through 1 and 2 down the backstretch. Hunter Plosky through the tri-oval, a perfect 8 laps. We'll see the checker flag this time by. Oh, and he almost spins. He's going to get on the gas. Hunter Plosky almost threw it all away, and he holds on for the win. Oh, my. Hunter Plosky almost stepped on it coming out of turn 4. What an oh my heart moment, not only for Hunter Plosky, but for all top 5 drivers as they had to jam on the brakes as Plosky got sideways, maybe a little excited winning heat number 1, but that was a close one coming out of 4. I know we saw that a couple weeks ago. There was a slick spot in the middle of 3 that tripped up a couple of drivers. Hopefully that's not developing and it was just Hunter getting a little bit overexcited as he was coming down to take the win in heat number 1. Heat number 2, Crate Sportsman on the pole out of Washington. And car number 17, that's Dan Fleming. On his outside, the number 34 from Cookstown driver Dylan Morris. Dylan Morris in the 34. Inside of row number 2, that's the 89 veteran driver Mike Toth out of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Mike Toth in the 89 on his outside. In the famous gold and black colors of the 81, that is Johnny Norsha. John Norsha in the 81. Starting in 5th from right here in New Egypt in the number 22, that's Tommy Klimkowski. Klimkowski in the number 22. Ethan Bill, who is having a phenomenal year. First time coming to the New Egypt Speedway as a regular, sitting 3rd in points with a feature win under his belt. He'll start 6th. He's from Piles Grove Township in the 14. Ryan Simmons picking up the win 1 week ago in the number 20, right out of Cream Ridge, up the street. And Tia Almec will start 8th in the 38 from Highland Lakes. Good to have Tia back after she was here last week. So we will go this time by the second of 3 big heats for the Sportsman. Again, all cars will qualify. Top 5, you want to be in that top 5 to get your handicap position back. Green comes out, Fleming. Dylan Morris was kind of sleeping on the start of that one. Mike Toth gets to his inside. Here comes Ethan Bill in the 14. Ethan Bill up to 3rd as Morris is dropping quickly. 3 wide going into turn number 3. Ryan Simmons in the 20, muscling his way into the inside of Dylan Morris. Side by side, wheel to wheel for 4th. Top 3 closing up. Mike Toth feeling the pressure from Ethan Bill. That's a battle for the 2nd position. Dan Fleming holding the lead. They are side by side, further back in the pack, but up close, it's getting tight. Top 3 cars running away from Ryan Simmons. That probably won't last long if they start to battle it up. Here we go, Ethan Bill, Mike Toth wheel to wheel in a 3. Mike Toth on the outside. Here comes Ethan Bill. He's going to try to get 2 in 1 lap. Fleming on the outside. Ethan Bill inches apart back into 1. So close from touching, but they maintain about a 6-inch separation through the tri-oval back into turn number 3. Ethan Bill muscles his way up to the lead. Ethan Bill hot to trot on that 14 tonight. Halfway, 4 laps down, 4 to go, but here comes Fleming back on the inside. Dan Fleming trying that crossover mover, nothing there. Ryan Simmons has caught the top 3 as we thought he would. He goes to the inside of Mike Toth. Great battling in Sportsman heat number 2 out of turn number 4. Moves Simmons up to 3rd and moves Toth back to 4th. 2.5 laps remaining for Ethan Bill, who's driving away from Dan Fleming. He's got about a 4-car length lead. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for Bill. Ryan Simmons now stalking Dan Fleming through turns 1 and 2. Ryan Simmons has Fleming in his crosshairs with just over a lap remaining. Ethan Bill continuing to stretch that lead. Ryan Simmons now to the inside, digging hard on Dan Fleming. Top 5 get their handicap spot back. This is all for bragging rights. Final 2 turns for Ethan Bill. Here he comes out of turn number 4, checker flag for Bill. Look at that battle for second. Ryan Simmons steals second away from Dan Fleming. Ryan Simmons dug as hard as he could dig and kept that car on the inside. Got that speed, found that moisture, and grabbed second away from Fleming at the line. Folks, how about a hand for all the drivers in Sportsman Heat number 2? That was a good one, just a preview of what you're going to see in the Mr. Craig Classic and the match races coming up. Ethan Bill is his own driver, his own crew chief, his own tire changer, his own gas man. He's a one-man wrecking crew. He's got no help with him in the pits tonight. How about that, putting in a winning, solid performance for Heat number 2. And that's why he was a champion in South Jersey. He's trying to go back-to-back in New Jersey for Sportsman Championships. All right, great Sportsman Heat number 3. That's going to be a tough act to follow. On the pole, if anybody can do it, she has shown a lot of speed in the last month. In the 1W out of Southampton, that's Lexi Wilson. Lexi Wilson in the 1W. On her outside, in car number 921.
So be ready.
Our other rookie co-champion, Aiden Spencer in the 921. He's got himself a front row starting spot. Chris Bergstrom will start third in the number 3, also out of Southampton. Nick Van Wickle from Jackson, New Jersey will start 4th in the 41. Pat Wall from up the road in Cream Ridge will start 5th in the 5W. Matty Ellery will go 6th in the 29 from South Plainfield. Welcome back, Bob Lineman. How about a big New Egypt Speedway welcome back to the USA 1 out of Doylestown, Bobby Lineman Jr. Bob Lineman Jr., welcome back. And look at this driver who came back tonight, John McClellan in the 29J. Welcome back, Johnny Mack. John McClellan out of Martinsville is joining us in the Ellery backup car. That's cool. And he's wearing his Johnny Mac shirt, too. Not only is he a car owner, he's also a fan. All right, Lexi Wilson, Aiden Spencer, your front row. Green is out for Sportsman Heat number 3. Side by side, wheel to wheel, 2, and Pat Wall is thinking about 3 wide. Pat Wall to the inside of Chris Bergstrom. Bergstrom grabs 2nd, Wall is up to 3rd. Matt Ellery is right up there now behind Pat Wall and Bergstrom. Ellery looking for room in the inside. Lexi Wilson, she's been fast, she's been close. As Ellery makes some contact with Aiden Spencer entering turn 3. I'm sorry, that was Bergstrom making some contact with Bergstrom. As Van Wickle also gets around Bergstrom. Bergstrom falling back. Here comes Johnny Mack on his inside. Back up front, Pat Wall has caught Lexi Wilson. Lexi Wilson feeling the pressure from Pat Wall. 3 laps complete, 5 to go. Pat Wall to the inside of Wilson. Wilson trying to make her car wide. Wilson trying to throw the block on Pat Wall back into 3 and 4. Pat Wall's got some good speed entering turn 3, but Wilson holds him off this time by. Halfway, 4 laps down, 4 to go. Pat Wall switching grooves, switching lanes, diving to the bottom, letting that car drift outside. Can't get around Lexi. And now it's a 3-car race for the lead. Matt Ellery up there in third. Lexi Wilson maybe holding up Pat Wall and Ellery. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go as Bergstrom's got a problem in the 3. Let's see if he can make it off the track. Side by side for the lead, Pat Wall to the inside of Lexi. 2 laps to go, Wall's around Lexi Wilson. Here comes Ellery. Ellery follows Wall through for second. Bergstrom able to get off the track safely. White flag this time by. Let's see if Matt Ellery has anything for Pat Wall. Pat Wall stretching his lead, about a 2.5 car length lead over Matt Ellery. 2 turns remain out of turn 4 this time by. Pat Wall can see the checkers. Pat Wall is the winner of Sportsman Heat number 3. Ellery's second. Great run for Lexi Wilson. Backing up her good runs for the last couple weeks is third. Van Wickle's fourth. And Johnny Mack up to fifth. So Mr. Ellery in the booth next to us. Hey, 2 top 5 finishes in that heat. You can relax, you can breathe, no damage. Everything is straight on those cars.
Modified first heat to the backstretch staging area. Modified heat number 1, backstretch staging.
We know where the party's at if one of those cars can take home the win tonight. Go up to Ellery's Bar and Grill. Maybe we'll see Kelsey Grammer up there.
Yeah, that's always a good time at Ellery's. And there's a great commercial on my Facebook page, also on the Ellery page of Mr. Ellery. You ever get a chance to go there, you need to go there. Great food, great atmosphere, great owner. Now, if one of them Ellery cars would have won that heat, he offered me a free beer, but they didn't win. So, and Jim, it's a street stock, so that's you, buddy.
One lonely street stock heat race. It'll be 6 laps the distance. 6 laps the distance. Shane Grasso will start on the pole in the number 17. The number 11 is Jeff Handel out of Tom's River. He'll start second in the 11H. He's got some fans here for the first time cheering for him. Brian Ludwig back in the number 94 from Pemberton. He'll start third. The Old Bridge Outlaw, Chris Allen Sr. will start fourth on the number 98. Scotty Freed will start fifth in the 72. Pat Force will start sixth in the 18. Rob Ormsby back with us in the 19 from Wall, and then he'll start seventh. And also making his return after picking up a win a couple weeks ago, Chris Lane. Up next, modified heats and crate sportsman one-on-one match races. Right after we have a 6-lap street stock heat. And we'll look to go green this time by. Shane Grosso, Jeff Handel, your front row. Green flag is out. We're racing with the street stocks. Shane Grosso, your leader, 2 and 3 wide behind them. Oh, Rob Ormsby up the inside. Here comes Scotty Freed in the 72. Scott Freed in the 72 as Jeff Handel drops back a couple of positions in car number 11. Out of turn 4, 2 wide action. Scott Freed in that 72 trying to reel in Brian Ludwig. At the same time, he's trying to block the advances of Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby up to third, and he wants more. Rob Ormsby to the inside of Ludwig. give the runner-up spot, and now the lead to Rob Ormsby. Shane Grosso, problems. He has a flat look out in turn 1, as I think Shane Grosso has a flat right rear tire. We'll see if he can keep going. We have not had a yellow flag out yet tonight. And Grosso's going to clear the speedway. We stay green. We stay green as Ormsby drives away halfway, 3 laps in, 3 to go. Scott Freed, Brian Ludwig battle for second with 2 laps to go. This time by Ormsby has checked out. Ormsby has left the building. Scott Freed, Ludwig, Pat Force, Chris Lane. White flag, this time by 1 lap to go for Rob Ormsby. A straightaway lead over Scott Freed. Here comes Pat Force. Pat Force is battling for that 3rd spot. But back into turn 3 and 4, it's all Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby wins heat, the lonely heat for the street stocks. He wins by a mile over Scott Freed. Will finish second. Pat Force is going to make a race out of it. Drag racing out of turn 4. Pat Force grabs 3rd from Brian Ludwig. Chris Lane is 4th in the 88. The Old Bridge Outlaw of Chris Allen Sr. and Jeff Handel rounds out your field. So, Nikki, we saw some great action in the Sportsman. We saw a good street stock heat. Here come the mighty modifieds. Full field of modifieds coming your way.
Absolutely, Jim. The track is coming around, and when it comes around, you know what happens then. Some great action here at New Egypt. Good heat races in both of them divisions. Now it's time for the modifieds. Are we ready for the modifieds, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. Starting on the pole in car number 37 will be Brian Cool. Starting second in car number 7 will be Chris Garback. Third will be Davey Salmons in car number 79. Jack Butler starts in the 4th spot in car number 5, and then it's Corey Cormier in car number 26R. Tanner Van Dorn, or TVD as he's known in the 27T, he'll start 6th. The thrilling David Schillings in the 51M, and then it's Johnny Olmick in car number 38. It's time to keep your eyes on your guys and one hand on your fries as we get ready to go racing here in the modified division. So pick your poison. 5 handicaps, 6 to qualify. The fun begins right now. Don't forget your 50-50 tickets, gang. Not this time. Lights are still on the pace truck. Going to go for a green next time around. Coolio up on the point with Chris Garback. Garback has been fast, just not getting the luck that he needs. We'll see what happens here at this front row. Keep your eye on Davey Salmons. He's got a feature event win here. Some good wood in this one. Tanner Van Dorn coming off a win at Orange County when he was on vacation there. Tanner, 17 years old. 17 years old. Imagine that, gang. All right, meanwhile, back on the ranch, all the lights are off the truck. We're going to go green this time, coming off of turn number 4. It's time to pay the piper. Brian Cool. He cracks the throttle as they come off of turn number 4 and down the front. Here we go. Oh, a little bit of contact. Garback and Salmons. Meanwhile, high, wide, and maybe handsome Tanner Van Dorn gets 1. Meanwhile, it's Coolio out front. Jack Butler moves to 3rd. Garback on the outside. Tanner Van Dorn on the inside. The thrilling Schilling. Meanwhile, Brian Cool leads the first lap. Down into turn number 2. Garback on the high side. Tanner Van Dorn gets him on the low side. Butler's in the 3rd. Now Tanner Van Dorn in the 4th. Garback 5th. 6th is Schilling. Coming down the complete lap number 2. It's still Brian Cool. Salmons, who is fast, See if he can track down Cool now. Meanwhile, Tanner Van Dorn trying to get up there in the good stuff. Can't get a bite there. Meanwhile, Schilling is coming. He's now in 5th. Garback is 6th. Got to get by Garback. Meanwhile, the top 5 get their handicap back. Coolio, Salmons, Tanner Van Dorn on the inside. Him and Butler are going to go side by side, and along with Davey Salmons and Brian Cole. Good battles. Side by side, top to bottom. Here they come. Coolio will lead that one. Salmon's not letting them go, keeping it to the bottom. Tanner Van Dorn, identical as they come off of turn number 2. Coolio holds them off. Tanner Van Dorn's got to get a little bit more speed if he wants to get by Jack Butler, and he's trying to get 2 for 1 as they come off of 4. How's your slide job? And he gets them. Van Dorn moves to 2nd. Meanwhile, Salmon says, okay, you want to try that? I'll try it down the other, and here comes your slider. All for 4, it's Cool. Tanner Van Dorn and Salmons and Butler. The Thrilling. That's just the 5. Cormier's in a qualified spot. Brian Cool, no challenge yet. Tanner Van Dorn trying to find something in the middle now. Salmon stays where he's at, so does Butler, so does Schilling. Van Dorn now crop dusting on the backstretch. Let's see if he gets some momentum here. Now he cuts her down. There he goes. He learned some tricks. Here he comes side by side. He grabs the lead to the check. Tanner Van Dorn gets the win in the 27. Brian Cool will get 2nd. Davey Salmons, Jack Butler, and the Thrilling Dave Schilling.
That makes 2 of us. No idea.
Coolio twisting her all about there. Good heat race for modified heat race number 1. Track really super fast right now. You see the dirt merchant getting his photos in. All right, heat race number 2. Here we go. Moved up to the modified division. Not doing a bad job. George Garris Jr. will start on the pole in this one. Kevin Borden in the 928 will start 2nd. Then it's Downtown Joseph Brown in the 5J. He'll start 3rd. Dominic Buffalino starts in the 4th spot in the 3V. Then it's Danny Buck in the 6B. Billy Pouch Jr. starts 6th spot in the 1. And then Brandon Grasso in the 29K. First time this year for Brandon Grasso in the 29K. Now, when they warmed up, Brandon looked like he had some good speed. Let's see if he forgot anything since he's been gone. We'll see. See if he can come from the back. Him and Justin are both going to have to start in the back. And in the back of the field is Ryan Simmons in the Belmont's Garage number 14. Trying to work out some bugs. All right, Garris moved up to modifieds. Of course, they've been a mainstay here at New Egypt right from the beginning. Kevin Borden out of Jackson, New Jersey in that 928. Then, of course, Joseph Brown. He's local. His father is a photographer here. Been a photographer since day 1. He will be doing the heat race winners a little later on, so you'll be able to watch them on Facebook. Jim Brown will be with my niece, Dina. So now you have 2 of the point guys, the high point guys, and Danny Buck and Billy Pouch out there. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Pick your poison. And away we go off of turn number 4. Here they come down the front. It's Garris. On the outside, Gordon. Pouch now looking like he wants to use the high side as he goes around a couple cars. Danny Buck now going to work the bottom. Meanwhile, it's Borden as your leader as he goes into turn number 3. Danny Buck on the low side. Pouch going to try and follow him through. Meanwhile, Gordon wins the first lap. Buffalino follows Danny Buck through as he grabs second. Pouch now on the low side. He's looking for fourth, and he's got it, but Buffalino ain't going to be that easy. Buffalino high, wide, and handsome splits him. Pouch now working the low side, looking for third, but Buffalino's going to hold him off. Danny Buck going to try his luck on the low side. Meanwhile, they're battling back there. Brandon Grosso right there in the thick of the mix here. Here comes Danny Buck on the inside looking for the lead off of Kevin Board. Buffalino, Pouch, Grosso. Grosso working that low line. Meanwhile, Pouch is in fourth and looking to get by Buffalino, trying to close the gap. Meanwhile, Danny Buck trying to stretch it. Darren Dan, the stock car man down the front, he's your leader. Borden running a real good race in that 928. Buffalino, and then it's Pouch, Grosso, and Garris. Garris is on the bubble spot. Buck down the front. In this septic service slingshot off of turn number 2. Borden holding off Buffalino. Pouch now got a little company from Brandon Grosso. Two to go on Danny Buck. Grosso has caught Pouch. Grosso to the middle of the track. Pouch is still on the high side. Meanwhile, Danny Buck into turn number 3. Buffalino now underneath the 928, and he gets that spot. One more to go for Danny Buck. Buffalino second, third is the 928, fourth is Pouch, fifth is Grosso. All Danny Buck. Off turn number 4, cha-ching, Danny Buck. Third, second, Buffalino. Third is Billy Pouch. Fourth, the 928. Fifth is Grosso. And the sixth and final transfer spot, George Garris Jr. So Danny Buck, that's what you want to do. You want to set a precedent, win your heat race, make all the adjustments for the feature. He is the guy, is tied for second in points. The next heat race will bring out your point leader. Starting on the pole in heat race number 3 is Frank Venezia out of Fairfield, New Jersey, in the car number 27. Will the Thrill Dupree out of Somerset in the 2D. Then it's Jim Halsworth in the 72. Then we have Johnny Banks, who set fast time in the warm-ups tonight with the 323. Fifth spot, Paul Mancini out of New Gretna, New Jersey. And then it's the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown in the 26. He'll start 6th. Justin Grosso is in the number 6 car. He'll round out the field. So Justin is in the Matty Ice Mobile, if you will, the number 6. Sporting the Matt Stangl colors. Inside with Paul Mancini, if you're watching on YouTube, live from inside of Paul Mancini's car. Paul's starting in the 5th spot, right next to Ryan Godown, and you are on board with Paul Mancini. Paul's got a CD player in there. He's probably got his best tunes playing inside his helmet. So last time we had it in Billy Pouch's car. Now we have it in Paul Mancini's car, better known as the Silent Assassin. All right, back to the live feed. And we'll go to that in-car camera a couple times here to let you see what it's like to drive around New Egypt Speedway. All right, lights are out. Hold your beer and give them a cheer. Here we come. Venezia has a fast race car. He's another guy that needs to get a couple breaks and he can crack in the victory lane here. Green is out down the front. They're all bunched up as they come. Johnny Bangs Halsworth. Johnny Bangs trying to split the difference here. Bangs moves to third, then it's Halsworth. Venetia, here goes Johnny Bangs on the inside. Good move for him. Venetia holds him off. Bangs to second. Go down, looking for third. The Rocket on the inside. He'll grab third off of turn number 2. Then it's Will Dupree. On the outside, Justin Grasso looking for racing room in that number 6. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, here comes Johnny Bangs on the inside. There's Grasso on the high side, high, wide, and handsome. And yes, he is handsome as he goes down the back stretch. Johnny Bangs is your leader. Venetia, go down, working that bottom. Venetia hanging tough. Meanwhile, Justin Grasso gets underneath the Will Dupree and he's up to 4th. Bangs starting to stretch it a little bit. Let's see what Go Down does. Will Ryan go upstairs and see what's up there where Grandpa hides the good stuff? We'll see as they get into turns 1 and 2. Grasso moves into 3rd. Venetia to 4th. 5th is Dupree, and then it's Halsworth. Got to get by Dupree to get into your handicap back. Meanwhile, Go Down got to work on that 323. Johnny Bangs hitting all his marks here. Go Down like a shark in the water. He smells the blood. He's coming. Get the jaw steam ready. Here he comes. Grasso on the hunt now. Go Down trying to pick and choose his moves here, but Bangs is up to all challenges here. Go Down. There he is up top. Here he comes. Going to try this. Bangs shuts the door on him. White flag one more time for Johnny Bangs. Ryan looking, searching. Meanwhile, Dupree's got Halsworth all over him, and here comes Go Down. Go Down for the throwdown off of turn number 4. Here he comes. Who's going to beat the stripe? Stand by. Here we go. Go Down. Johnny Bangs, Justin Grasso, Frank Venetia, Will Dupree, and Jim Halsworth. So Go Down waiting patiently to make that move, and he gets it done.
So, up next, Sportsman one-on-one match races. They're making their way into the infield now. Nick Leach will be your master of ceremonies for this event. He's going to head down to the front stretch in the infield. He'll do what he does best with these match races. It's going to be fun. And we need the crowd to get on their feet, too, for this. So when you hear the driver's name that's called out, and if he's your favorite driver, you need to cheer and make sure that they can hear you down there in the infield. So Nicky will make his way across the front stretch into the staging area. This is going to be fun. Want to thank Oliver Communications for, as always, sponsoring the match races. Oliver Communications have been around since 1992. They serve New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. You can find more information about Oliver Communications by going to olivercomm.com. 50-50 tickets being sold too. You can also call the office right now on the screen. The numbers 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. You can order your 50-50s from home. We take a variety of payment services like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, credit card. Call them up. All right, there's Nicky making his way across the track. So we will send it downstairs to Nicky, and you can tell the folks how this works and what happens here if they've never seen a dirt track match race. Nicky, it's all you.
Now's when we have fun. All right, I want you to all get your dollar bills out because I know you bet on these guys out here. This is the crate class, but it ain't no different. I'm going to go out on the track. Driver's going to come out. He's going to call out who he wants to race. Now, Mr. Ellery won the match races the last time we had him for the crate cars. So let me take a walk out of here. Are we ready for match races? All right. That's what I want to hear. He gets the pick. Oh, and look who's in the 29. It's not Matt Ellery. It's Johnny McClellan, and John's going to get to pick somebody. What's the matter? Is it raining down the beach? You decided to come out and go racing with us?
Yeah, I figured it would be a great night. Mr. Ellery just asked me if I wanted to drive, and Matt and these guys do a great job on the car, so I was looking forward to it.
Well, you know, a guy like you could clean the table here. How many people want to see Johnny Mac just win all the races? You got some fans out there, John. Who do you want to take first, John?
I don't really know who's over there, honestly.
All right, we got Nick Van Wickle, we got Glenn McIntyre, we got Matt Ellery, we got, who else we got over there? We got Mike Toth, all the top sports, Ryan Himes over there. Pat.
I'll take Mike Toth.
Mike Toth, bring Mike Toth out. Mike Toth. And it's 2 laps, John.
Okay.
Okay?
We're starting right here at this line, right?
Right at that line.
All right.
All right? Yep. Don't jump the start, John. I'd hate that to throw you out, all right?
That's cool.
Good luck, John. He said Mike Toth, not Glenn McIntyre. There you go, 89. All right, they'll go around. Let's start at this line. How many Johnny McClellan fans do I have? How many Mike Toth fans do I have? All right, 2 laps. We start here. There's no jumping. There's no redos. There's nothing. You win or you lose. The object is to keep winning. The object is to put your dollars up with your buddies and take their money too so you can go to the bar later, all right? That's how this works. All right, here we go. Terry Branson will let you know if it's good or it ain't good, and Terry's going to be the guy you yell and scream at when he throws these guys to the pits. Not me. I'm just a messenger. All right, here we go. How many Johnny Mac fans we got? I can't hear you. How many Mike Toth fans we have? I got a few of them. All right, here we go. 2 laps now. 2 laps to here. Here we go. You're a brave man, Terry. You're a brave man. They hit my fat belt. I'll bunch all the way back to Burlington. All right, lights are out. Come to the line. 2 laps. 2 laps. Johnny Mac. Mike Toth, here we go. Toth on the high side, Johnny Mac on the low side. Now, Johnny Mac's a modified driver in a crate car. Got to keep that momentum up. Johnny Mac. There you have it. Down the back stretch they go. Johnny Mac. Toth ain't letting him get away, though. Trying to go upstairs in the meantime, Johnny McClellan. That's one, Big Daddy. Track's in good shape. It'll be in better shape after intermission. All right, who do you think Johnny Mac should pick? He doesn't know these guys. I know, you don't know who they are.
I'll pick 18.
The 18? Who said Ryan Heim over there? All right, Ryan Heim in the 18. Ryan Heim. All right, how many Ryan Heim fans? How many Johnny Mac fans? How many think the modified driver's going to run the table? You think? We'll see. All right, here we go. Ryan Heim. How many Ryan Heim fans? How many Johnny Mac fans? Here we go. 2 laps. Does he get thrown out of the ride if he beats your own car, Mr. Ellery? If he beats the 29? We'll see. That's what Mark just told me. He said, what's going to happen when he beats the 29? Matt's going to say, you hired him, Dad, and look what happened. All right, here they go down the backstretch side by side. Ryan Heim is not afraid to put the gas pedal down, I'll tell you that. And remember, Rubbin's racing a little bit. All right, here we go. How many Johnny Mac fans? How many Ryan Heim fans? Come on now. Ryan Heim chose the inside. Johnny Mac's high, wide, and handsome. Here he comes. Heim now on the inside. Johnny Mac on the outside. Johnny Mac up on the cushion. Heim now not letting off the gas, but Surfside Johnny down the back center. Here he goes. There he is, Surfside Johnny, going to get 2 in a row. The Mac Daddy, that's 2 in a row. Let's see, you got Davis, you got Matt in there, you got Pat Wall. 88. He wants the 88 of Glenn McIntyre this time. He wants McIntyre in the 88. All right, John. He's just all smiles in there, no problem. How many Glenn McIntyre fans do we have? Simmer it down. Simmer down over there. How many Johnny Mac fans we got? All right, here comes the Trick or Treat Special, number 88 of Glenn McIntyre. Surfside Johnny right here. He's got 2 in the bag. Looking for a hat trick. McIntyre going to take the inside. My, oh my, oh my. How many McIntyre fans we got? How many McIntyre fans without cowbells? How many Johnny Mac fans we got? How many Johnny Mac fans with cowbells? None. Okay, that's fine. All right, we're going to find out 2 laps. Now, Glenn's been fast as of late. We'll see. The Trick or Treat Special. Here we go. All right, Johnny Mac and Glenn McIntyre. McIntyre fast in the 1 and 2. Johnny Mac up on the high side. Side by side in the 3. McIntyre turns her in there a little to her, but they're still side by side. McIntyre on the gas. Johnny Mac trying to fight back. And it's Glenn McIntyre, but watch. Watch. Keep your eyes open. Get your popcorn ready. Johnny Mac. Johnny Mac with a hat trick. Uh-oh, Johnny Mac wants Steve Davis in the 72. How many Steve Davis fans we got? In the Backyard Barbecue Special number 72. How many Johnny Mac fans we got? Johnny's got clam money now. He got 3 in a row. Got clam money. Davis in the masker number 72, and he wants the inside. How many Steve Davis fans we got? And a cowbell. How many Johnny Mac fans we got? All right, we're equaling it out.
By the way, real quick, Stephen Puglisi, one of your celebrity 50-50 sellers right down front. If you want to buy 50 tickets off of Stephen Puglisi, right in front of the main grandstand right now. Nikki, back to you.
All right, Jimbo. Sell them 50-50s, Mr. Puglisi. Where's Mancini at? All right, here we go. 2 laps. Davis and McClellan. Davis on the outside, McClellan on the inside. Here they come. Side by side in the 3. Ever so gingerly, here they come, side by side. Oh, this could be a tough one. Davis with the momentum on the outside. Here he comes. Johnny Mac working that bottom, working that bottom. Davis by a half a car length, I thought. We'll see who Stevie wants.
Malozar.
He wants David Malozar, number 32C, David Malozar. How many David Malozar fans do we have? What was that? David Malozar. How many Steve Davis fans? Yeah, he's going for 2 in a row. They got to start at the line and they got to finish at the line. Trust me, if Mr. McClellan thought he won that race, he would have stayed out. He did not win. Trust me. All right, here we go. Malozar and Davis. Diamond Dave on the inside, Stephen Davis on the outside. Here we go. Somebody up on the chip. Oh, big push in the 32. That cost them down there. All right, Davis with 2 in a row. We got Simmons, we got Van Wickle, we got Ethan Bill, we got Matt Ellery, Pat Wall.
Van Wickle.
He wants Nick Van Wickle. Nick Van Wickle in the 41. Nick Van Wickle in the 41. How many Nick Van Wickle fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? All right, here we go. All right, Van Wickle takes the outside. Steve will take the inside. The guy that comes out gets to choose the lane he wants. How many Van Wickle fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? Stop it. Stop it. Here we go down the front, right at the line. See Terry Branson, and they'll give you your ticket. Here we go. Van Wickle going the old crossover move, hanging right with him. Van Wickle now not lifting. Here he comes. Van Wickle trying to hit some marks here. Davis on the high side, Van Wickle on the low side. Here he comes off of turn number 4. My, oh my, oh my. Steve Davis, smooth as Tennessee whiskey right now. Don't be scared. Let's see who he wants. He wants Ryan Simmons. Ryan Simmons. How many Ryan Simmons fans do we have? How many Steve Davis fans do we have? All right, here we go. The real deal, Ryan Simmons. And the backyard barbecue special, Steve Davis. Here we go. You're right, Jim. That car makes me hungry when I look at it. It's got Bubba's burgers on it, Premio sausage. Woo! All right. How many Ryan Simmons fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? All right. Roll your eyes. Stomp your feet. Come on now. Get your dollar bills out. Somebody's walking home tonight. Here we go. All right, there they go down the back. Simmons and Davis. Here comes Wyatt Simmons on the inside. Here's your slide job. Nope. Got to get it done down the other end. Got to get it done down here. Did I say he was smooth as Tennessee whiskey? What happened?
Drivers were told in the driver's meeting to go high or low. As they came down the front straightaway, Simmons went high, so that's why he did not get the bottom.
Okay. He wants Matt Ellery. Matt Ellery in the 29. Now, Matt, the last time we had crate races, Matt won the match races. So we'll see if he can redeem himself. Now you got to pick. Here he comes. He wants the bottom. Now, drivers were told when they come down the front stretch, you either got to go to the bottom or the top. That's why there was a little bit of confusion with the 20 and the 72. Terry, you throwing rocks at people now? What's the matter with you? Don't throw nothing back, gang. All right, how many Steve Davis fans we got? How many Matt Ellery fans we got? Oh, yeah. Let's see. It's time for Matt to go to the bat. Here we go. All right, here we go. Davis and Matt Ellery. It's time. Oh boy. Ellery on the high side, Davis on the low side. Side by side, getting in the three. Here comes Matt Ellery. Davis not going to let him go. Steve on the bottom. Matt on the high side. Down the back they go. Steve not lifting all the way up on the high side. Here comes Matt to bat. That'll get me a beer at Ellery's Pub. Easy, son, easy. Let's see who Matt wants. We got Pat Wall. We got Ethan Bill. Hi, Matt. Where you been?
I had to take Davis out for everybody.
Who do you want?
Who do I got left?
You got Pat Wall and you got Ethan Bill. Is there anybody behind the billboards? No, I don't think so. Ethan Bill and Pat Wall.
Pat Wall.
He wants Pat Wall. How many Pat Wall fans we got? How many Matt Ellery fans we got? And there's one guy in the infield all by his lonesome. Meanwhile, it's Pat Wall and Matt Ellery. How many Pat Wall fans we got? How many Matt Ellery fans? Street Stock feature is up next. What are they, taking a break? All right, here we go. Matt Ellery. Pat Wall. Pat's on the inside. Matt's on the outside. So it'll be good. They're all waiting for Ethan Bill. Pat Wall on the outside got the lead. Matt's going to try him on the bottom. Oh, little religious over there as they come off of turn number 4. Matt's still on the gas. Matt up on the chip. Pat Wall. It's going to be Pat Wall. All right, all that's left is Ethan Bill. How many Ethan Bill fans we got? And a cowbell. What's he, taking a nap over there? Here he comes. He's tired. He's a one-man band tonight. All right, how many Pat Wall fans we got? How many Ethan Bill fans we got? All right, here we go. Well, Pat Wall on the outside, Ethan Bill on the inside. I say slide job into turn 1, brake check out of 2. Ethan Bill could do this, but that's what it's going to take. Agree or not agree? How many Ethan Bill fans we got? How many Pat Wall fans we got? All right, we're going to find out right now, okay? And that's all I got to say about that, because one of these guys is going to win some money. Here we go. Uncle Mick said slider, and he did, but Pat's going to try and return the favor. Here we go. Now you got to cross over. Here we go. Nope. Down the back, Ethan Bill. Let's see. Don't lift. Up, up, up. Oh.
We're going to take a replay of that ride for Pat Wall in turn 3, who took about 4 or 5 bounces there. And we'll bring this up on the replay for you YouTubers out there as Nick Leach gets ready to interview the winner, Ethan Bill, downstairs.
Where's all my Ethan Bill fans at? Izzy Trucking and Union, Advanced, Gen X, All County Garage Door. I know that guy. And the lone horseman tonight, Ethan Bill. Sometime today.
Good check. When you get the street stock, hold them back there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Bill. You know, I saw you over there in the pits this afternoon, and you're like, well, Nick, I'm all by myself tonight. I ain't got no help. What am I going to do? This is what you do. You put your nose to the grindstone, you go out here, and you, I don't know, it looked like there was a monster down there in turn 3 that just grabbed Pat Wall and tried to kill him.
That was a butt pucker moment for sure. Yeah, we were a little tight there, too tight. No, but sometimes it's better be lucky than good.
Nah, you've been pretty good here all along. Your car's been fast. You ain't got a lot of brakes like you should have, but you've done what you had to do, and we're here for a special event for Katy Mancini, Oliver Communication and Construction. They always do us proud here. Phil's over there. He's going to come over here and pay you some money, brother.
That's awesome. Thank you, everybody that put this on. You know, with running New Egypt this year, we're finally be able to run this race, and so far we're won the heat and got this. We just have one more job to do.
All right, let's hear it for Ethan Bill. He's going to get paid.
Next up on the schedule this evening, we are going to have our street stock feature. It'll be 15 laps and then intermission. Then we'll come back with the Mr. Crate, and we'll come back with Katy's race, the Modifieds.
And we can't thank Oliver Communications and Construction Group enough, and all the people that donated to the Katy Mancini deal. Her sign is down here. And let's hear it one more time for Ethan Bill. I'll send it back up to video Jim. Jim.
Thank you very much, Nikki. As Victory Lane ceremonies wrap up with Ethan Bill down there, congratulations to Ethan and all of his fans on winning what was a thrilling match races. They were exciting out there. Special thanks to Oliver Communications, as always, for sponsoring the match races whenever we bring them back here. So thank you to the whole Oliver family and everybody associated with Oliver Communications. You can find more about Oliver Communications. Go online, olivercom.com. All right, as the lights begin to wink on around the track. Yeah, no more 8 p.m. sunsets until next spring. But we do have a street stock feature about ready to hit the Speedway, and I'll read the lineup while it's quiet outside. 15 laps to distance on the street stock feature, the full fendered frenzy action coming your way. Brian Ludwig out of Pemberton in the car number 94 will start on the pole. On his outside in car number 72, that's Scotty Freed from Jackson. Patrick Force will start third from Little Lake Harbor Township in the number 18. On his outside from Wall Township in car number 19, that's Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby in the number 19. He was your heat race winner earlier this evening. Chris Lane, winner a couple weeks ago, two-time feature winner this year, will start fifth in the 88 from Howell. On his outside, the Old Bridge Outlaw in car number 98, that's Chris Allen Sr. Row number 7 on the inside, car number 11H from Tom's River, that's Jeff Handel. And on Jeff's outside, fronting car number 17 from York, Pennsylvania, Shane Grosso. Shane Grosso in car 17. couple of modifieds out for a quick hot lap section. There's Mr. Puglisi down there again selling 50/50s. Paul Mancini is walking around with his 50/50s. Stevens down in the turn 4 area. That could be a big block under Borden's hood there, getting ready for the Short Track Super Series event coming up Thursday. Really lifting that left front wheel up the whole way down the front stretch. Digging that right rear into the cushion. You can see Borden out there in the Valco wheels. He's got that left front wheel up about a foot off the ground at times. Well, that's just a special sneak preview, my goodness. What's to come Thursday when the Short Track Super Series modifieds, Sportsman and 4 cylinders roll into town. Again, on that event. By the way, if you're watching from home, 50/50 is available. Call the numbers on your screen, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. We have a variety of means you can order the 50/50s by placing your order over the phone. And they'll hook you up in the office and you'll be in it. You got to be in it to win it. You can be in it from anywhere in the world. Paul Mancini, there's Paul Mancini. Just to the left, now he's making his way toward the office, but if you were looking for 50/50 tickets from Paul, he just went into the office. Street Stocks making their way to the Speedway now. So yeah, we had the modified hot lap session, a couple of big blocks, getting some laps in, preparing for Thursday night's event. This will be, again, 15 laps the distance. Ludwig, Scotty Freed, Pat Force, Rob Ormsby, Chris Lane, Chris Allen Sr., Jeff Handel, and Shane Grosso. This time by is your wave lap, the first wave lap of the evening. You can start on the pit grandstands in turn 4. Wave your hats, wave your beverages, wave your hands. Wave whatever you have. And these drivers will be waving back at you. Street Stocks ready to go green in 1 lap. Our first feature of the evening. Intermission next. Keep that wave going all the way down into turns 1 and 2. Lights go out on the pace truck around the Speedway. Getting ready to go green. Brian Ludwig, Scott Freed, your front row. Twin greens in the air. We're Street Stock Feature Racing. Through turns 1 and 2, Brian Ludwig in the middle, Scott Fried on the outside. Here comes Pat Force, 3 wide for the lead, and Rob Ormsby makes it 4 cars for the lead back into turn 3. Down the front stretch, 3 wide once again for the lead. Give the top spot to Pat Force. Here comes Ormsby. Pat Force out front, Scott Fried and Rob Ormsby side by side. Ormsby trying to muscle his way down on the inside. Rob Ormsby. It's been a while since he's found victory lane. He's hot to trot tonight in the 19. Pat Force holding off a charging Rob Ormsby. Scott Fried not letting Ormsby out of his sights. Behind them, Chris Lane and Brian Ludwig are fender to fender. Oh, and Pat Force and Rob Ormsby made contact. Force was facing the infield, and they're still battling, still side by side contact to the tri-oval. No love lost between Pat Force and Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby pulling away from Pat Force after contact a couple of different times around the Speedway. Chris Lane now to the inside of Scott Fried. Battle for third at the start-finish line. Chris Lane in the 88, wheel to wheel with Scotty Fried on his outside. Chris Lane still in a heated battle with Scott Fried. Wheel to wheel, fender to fender through 3 and 4, back down the front stretch one more time. You're watching it at home live on YouTube. Now Chris Lane inches ahead. All that battling has allowed Pat Force to pull away in second, and Rob Ormsby checking out in the 19. This time by, it'll be halfway. 8 laps in, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Rob Ormsby. Battle for third still raging around the track. Scott Fried. Chris Lane got around him. Scott Fried wants it back. That battle through turns 1 and 2. Through the tri-oval, down the backstretch. Chris Lane in the 88 holding off Scott Fried for that third spot. Out of turn 4, Rob Ormsby will see the high how are you lap. 5 laps to go, 5 to go for Ormsby. Pat Force running second. That battle for third, still wheel to wheel out of 4. Scott Fried back again to the inside of Chris Lane. Battle is for third spot. That's the best battle around the racetrack. Ormsby has checked out. Pat Force safely in second. Battle is for third with 4 to go. Yellow flag is coming out for the first time. Yellow flag caution on the Speedway in what I believe is the first yellow of the night. That is the Roost Restaurant caution flag. Again, bring your wristbands up the street at the Cream Ridge Golf Course to the Roost Restaurant. First American draft beer is on them. But you have to do it on a Saturday night. You can't bring your wristband in like Tuesday and be like, I want that free beer. No, it doesn't work like that. You have to come tonight after the races on your way home, and they'll give you a free draft with your new Egypt Speedway wristband. So Shane Grosso getting the number 17 spun in the right direction. And the white flag comes out. We've got a 4-lap shootout. We'll see if Pat Force has anything for Rob Ormsby. I don't know. No love lost between the two of them, even though Ormsby helps Pat set the car up. They were really going at it hot and heavy for a couple of different times around the track. At one point, Force was facing victory lane and not the way he wanted to be doing it. Out of turn 4, green flag comes out. 4 laps to go for Ormsby. Chris Allen Sr. trying to get to the inside of Scotty Freed. Battle for 4th out of turn 2. Ormsby driving away from Pat Force. Chris Lane's in 3rd, then Scott Freed, and Chris Allen Sr., Brian Ludwig, and Jeff Handel. Shane Grasso still hanging in there in the 17. Out of turn 4, this time by Rob Ormsby. We'll see the 2 laps to go signal. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby trying to pick up another win in 2025. Out of turn 4. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Rob Ormsby. Well, after some excitement with Pat Force, Rob Ormsby dominating the street stock feature. He's going to pick up the win in the number 19. Pat Force comes home 2nd. Chris Lane is 3rd. Scotty Freed is in 4th. And the Old Bridge Outlaw, Chris Allen Sr., comes home in 5th. Rob Ormsby making his way across the scales. We'll have to ask him about that excitement with Pat Force. And Ormsby, once again, will find victory lane. So we await the 19 automobile of Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby brings the ERS Fleet Repair. Hammer Heating and Cooling, XDP. John Blewett Incorporated, Scrap Metal and Recycling. Team Outlaw. Van Wickle Auto Supply. Outlaw Bodies. The longtime racer out of Wall Township has found success on asphalt, on dirt. And he's getting ready to climb from the car, getting all the equipment off. Getting the window net down, the belts are off. Yeah, it's been a little bit since he's been down here, but it's a familiar place for Rob Ormsby as the Hans device comes off. How about a big New Age of Speedway welcome to Rob Ormsby back in victory lane. And he's doing the door dance. All right, careful getting off. We don't want any more of that door stuff happening. So come on over here, Rob. It's been a while since we've seen you down here in victory lane. Your car's been fast. A couple of times you've been getting out-driven. Tonight, not that night, but you had some excitement with Pat Force. Tell us about what was going on with the 18 and the 19.
I got him tuned up. He's pretty fast. Young guy is doing really well. I just tried to get on him a little early there before he wore me out. So, but the track's pretty good. I got a couple holes down there. It's a little rough, but not bad.
You know, the cool thing is you're out here, you're helping your fellow competitors. We've seen 2 of those competitors find victory lane in the last couple of weeks, but now you're back here. It's been a little bit, but how does it feel?
Yeah, we were trying some stuff, and it just some things work and a lot of things don't. You can ask my family. It's been a rough 3 weeks, been in the shop with this thing, and I think we finally got it turned around here.
Well, got to feel good after a couple of weeks just missing your marks out here. That car was fast right from the get-go.
Yeah, it was really good tonight. Like I said, the track's racy. You got a couple holes, but it's not bad. You can hammer down tonight.
That's what makes dirt track racing fun. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Wall Township, New Jersey, your street stock winner, Rob Ormsby. We'll send it back upstairs to Nick Leach as we enter our intermission period tonight. We'll come back with the Sportsman, Mr. Crate Sportsman feature, and the Muddy Modifieds racing in memory of Katy.
All right, gang, if you're watching on YouTube right now, we're going to go to our official intermission, but we're going to show you some highlights from some stuff here at New Egypt Speedway, so stay tuned, and we'll let you know when we're coming back out of intermission, gang.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Warm-ups and was unable to race the whole night. As the double green flags are out and we're underway. Whoa, Penny Dunn does not fire there. Got way on the outside and drops all the way back to the rear of the field. A problem in the 51 as Steinmetz leads him down the back. You see the light on top of Kyle Hurley's car. Can't miss him in a crowd, and he drives by Steinmetz and into the lead. Whoa, Steinmetz is backwards. Steinmetz getting crossed up and sideways. Joe Gary in 3rd spot. Bobby Drayton to 4th, holding on to 4th, but Dale Mull drives underneath him and then gets crossed up, and we got a pile up. Boy, Dale Mull got up high, was trying to take 4th from Bobby Drayton to 4th. All right, green replacing yellow. We are back underway. 2 laps complete. Kyle Hurley right back to the front with Justin Dunn, giving him a hard time there and pulling in behind in 2nd. Bobby Drayton to 4th, getting by Gary into 3rd and putting the pressure on here. The Dunns and Joe Gary, or the Draytons and Joe Gary Sr. really putting on a battle here as Gary will go underneath Drayton the 4th. Steinmetz does not go to the pits. He stays out there running up by the outside wall through 3 and 4, and now the yellow lights are on for Logan Mull.
And you'll see it going into turn 1 on this replay. Watch right there. And that's a hard impact when you're in one of these racing seats too. It's a hard hit, and then he may have lost his steering, but then he hit the wall pretty good too with the right front of the automobile.
Right on the back bumper of Kyle Hurley. Hurley looking for his first win of the year. Drayton has 3 already, and he's right on him. Off at turn number 2 and down the back, but Hurley gets a great run and opens up from him now. 3 car lengths on the field. And we're back underway, and Drayton is gonna try to get Hurley again. Now Joe Gary in the mix. Here comes Drayton on the outside. Bob Drayton on the outside of Kyle Hurley. Side by side, door handle to door handle, off at turn number 4. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Half a lap to go as they head into turn number 3. Through 3 and 4, Hurley opening up a car length or so. Drayton will close back up on him, but not able to get alongside. Checkered flag is out for Kyle Hurley.
Town and Country Veterinary Services, number 23. Hey, he's climbing out of the door. New Egypt Speedway, give him a big round of applause. Kyle Hurley, your 4-cylinder feature.
This is Nick Leach live at New Egypt Speedway with a new challenge for our modified drivers. It's called the Modified 5-Second Challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to hand them a phone. It's going to have a timer on it. They're going to click start, and they got to stop it to see how close they can get to 5 seconds. This ought to be fun. Our first victim is coming up. Wait. All right, 3.7. What do you get?
4.43.
Not even close. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
Uh,
2.11.
Yep.
Wow. He went a little over, but he's at 548. .18.
Shit, I wasn't even close.
If he was drag racing, he'd be good. 1.31 seconds. Damn, Will. He ain't a drag racer.
I was way off.
He ain't a drag racer. He was right at 5. Okay, go. Holy, 261.
Wow.
Oh.
That's how I knew when I'm doing something wrong.
270. Did better than most. Go.
We're gonna be still no good.
What was it?
2.7.
1.3. See? I got a fast reaction time.
Well, you're a good driver. .688. So you were over.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Racing. Through 1 and 2 and down the back, it is Scarpati leading the way as Lexi Wilson right behind, working through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Leaning on Scarpati, but Scarpati leads by less than a wheel, about a half a wheel at the line. Lexi Wilson working the inside of the speedway. Mike Toth is following the two of them in third. Then it's Malozar and Simmons. Into turn number 3, Scarpati sails it in on the outside. Oh, Lexi Wilson snap spins in front of the field, and now everybody getting together trying to avoid that. And we got 2 separate piles.
Simmons.
Well, and here's the replay. But actually, there's you see Lexi getting around. Yeah, Simmons was already around when she went around, and about 10 car lengths behind that.
Right in the middle of your screen, right there. And they just went for the same piece of real estate, it looked like, and that was completely unrelated to what happened with Lexi.
Racing. Into 1 and 2, all stacked together behind Malozar, who led them through 1 and 2. Glenn McIntyre battling with the 04 of Mike Butler. There's another car over there, too, coming around the outside, and that is Scarpati battling with McIntyre for second. Butler was involved in that. Now he's on the bottom. McIntyre gets up on the high side. Richka started way in the back in 20th position. Was able to avoid that wreck, and that really helped him. Ethan Bill is 7th behind Pritchka. It is Malozar leading by about half a straightaway. Mike Butler second with Ryan Simmons closing in on him. John Scarpati is running a solid 4th. Ethan Bill now battling with Glenn McIntyre for 5th. Pritchka right on their back bumper. Ethan Bill now taking the 5th spot off of turn number 4. They come off the corner and we are back to green. 11 down and 14 to go. Malozar on the bottom. Mike Butler getting a great run off the outside. Remember, the leader had lane choice. Malozar chose the inside, and Butler makes the outside pay. He moves around Malozar, and Mike Butler is going to lead lap number 12. And it is McIntyre 7th, Davis 8th, Heim is 9th, and Tom Pritchka is 10th. Look at this battle for second on the back bumper of the leader, Simmons and Malozar. Simmons not only around him, but goes around Mike Butler and into the lead. Ryan Simmons 2 for 1 on the outside, blows by both of them in turn number 2, and Ryan Simmons will lead lap 15, 10 laps to go. White flag is out. Simmons has a lap car now between himself and the rest of the field. Malozar by half a car length at the line for 3rd, and here comes Ethan Bill, and they are even going down the back through the dry oval. Checkered flag coming out. Ryan Simmons' first win of the year, career win number 14 for Ryan Simmons. Mike Butler will get second, and right on his bumper is Malozar and Ethan Bill side by side.
And Ryan's on the door of the car. He can hear. Let's hear it for Ryan Simmons.
All right, we have a question of the week, Mike. One question, one answer, and why? 100 men, 1 gorilla. Who wins the fight?
Depends who the 100 men are. All you need is Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris, he says. So it depends who the 100 men are, or the gorilla can win?
Well, I mean, obviously the gorilla's got an upper hand, but the gorilla's got to run out of energy eventually, right? 100 men, that's a good amount of people to go through. Just let me be like number 99 or 100, and I might have a chance. 100 men.
Why?
100 men, 100 weapons,
Everybody's adding weapons.
100 men, 100 weapons, you work together, utilize a plan,
Okay.
Take down 1 gorilla.
I agree with you.
How big's the gorilla?
Well, it ain't King Kong. Nobody liked that idea.
Yeah, 100 men.
All right, you got it.
Plan and execute it.
All right, brother.
100 men, because teamwork makes everything. If the men work together, they're going to knock one out. There ain't no I in team. That's how you win races.
It's another good one. Thanks, Bill.
1 gorilla, I guess. I don't know.
Well, why?
They're nasty.
Dude, help your boy out, will you?
Do the men have guns?
Yeah, what's the rule on this? We're racers, man.
You're fighting.
Yeah. We're racers. What we use?
Come on, man. They screwed the whole 5, didn't they? You know, when we started,
I'm prepared to hear the answer to, though.
I feel like
so, all right, who is it? 100 men or 1 gorilla? Who wins the fight?
100 men, I guess.
Okay, 100 men.
100 men.
Why?
The indomitable human spirit. We will not give up.
Damn, that's a good answer too. I got 2 good answers that I believe are the best answers so far. Thanks, Jack.
I don't know that a gorilla can prepare as well as we can game plan for this.
All right, but if you start throwing haymakers, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is 1 punch.
All right, Jack.
Got to go with 100 men.
Why?
Well, I think a gorilla's eventually going to get tired. I mean, if you have it, everybody's got to be on board. You got to have everybody ready to fight. I mean, if the first 10 go in there and they're scared and they're not going after them, then the gorilla might take us out. But I think 100 men could do it.
What if the gorilla is King Kong?
Well, that's different.
One swipe.
That's different. Then we're done.
Okay, that's different.
That's
we're not
different.
talking
And it's also
regular gorilla.
Is it like everybody, like any man can
No,
get?
you pick your 100, I guess.
Oh, if you pick your 100, I think we could take one out with 10.
Oh, well, see, there you have it.
I'll stand back. I'll pick 9 UFC fighters, and
You're
I'll
in
just
the top
watch.
3 with the answers. You're in my top 3. Thank you. That's the question of the day.
Oh man, I've been seeing this. One gorilla.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think 100 men got it. I mean, 100 v1. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
but
smart, you got to be smart about it.
But a gorilla's pretty big.
Yeah, but if you're smart, I mean, you get 5 people to take him out.
All right.
100 me's, I'll definitely win against the gorillas.
Okay.
Gorilla.
The gorilla? Why?
I don't know. Just sounds good.
Okay.
Gorilla's gonna get tired.
Okay, the gorilla's going to get tired. Okay.
100 men.
Why?
There's a lot more than there's a lot more in 100 than there is one.
Yeah, but King Kong's considered a gorilla. What if it's King Kong?
Sure, there's something on this planet that will get them down.
All right, I believe in you. Fight.
The gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men ran.
Good answer, Pat. Fight.
A gorilla all day.
Why?
They're badass creatures. I don't think that 100 men are stopping them, not even if they're all shack-sized.
See that? Man after my own heart.
Well, it depends on who the gorilla is. If I'm the gorilla, they don't stand a chance.
So you're saying the gorilla wins?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because that's what they're built for.
Okay. All right.
400 pounds of fighting fury.
Is that what we got in that 704 tonight?
We got more than 400 pounds.
All right. I'll take that answer.
Probably the gorilla.
Matt says he don't know, but he's picking the gorilla. All right.
The gorilla does.
Why?
It's big and strong.
Okay.
Gorilla.
Why?
I'm not sure why.
I don't know. Just pick. She don't know.
Fight. I'm going with the gorilla
Why?
because the 100 men tried to steal his bananas off the tree, so he started whooping some ass, and that was the end of it.
All right. Sounds good to me.
All
That's
right?
perfect.
There you go.
Perfect.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Darren Cox, Chris Allen Sr., your front row. Straight stocks, go green. Darren Cox, Chris Allen Sr. leaning on each other, entering turns 1 and 2. Darren Cox, your heat race winner, coming out on top. Here comes Scotty Freed in the 72 to the inside. Fender to fender action back into turn number 3. The 72 of Scotty Freed looks to the inside for that runner-up spot. Pat Force thought about making it 3 wide, and now Rob Ormsby with the Gremlins fixed on that 19 makes it a 5-car dance for the lead. Rob Ormsby puts the nose on the inside of Pat Force through the tri-oval back into turn number 3. Rob Ormsby hot to trot on the 19. Rob Ormsby, they make contact with Scotty Freed. They're still rubbing on each other. Past the start-finish line, back into turn 1 and 2. Rob Ormsby muscles his way into the runner-up spot. Darren Cox throwing a rooster tail of dirt on the outside wall that time by, but Rob Ormsby's speed carries him through 3 and 4, right on the rear bumper of Darren Cox. He shaved off about 3 car lengths in a lap, as Darren Cox, for now, is able to hold off Rob Ormsby. Pat Force sliding up in front of Scott Freed in that 3rd spot. That time by Freed trying to get back on the inside. Nothing there. And going into turn 3, that's where Ormsby catches Darren Cox. He's able to lay on that throttle just a little bit longer, gaining some ground on Cox. As Darren Cox's car, he's going to the outside groove, letting that car kind of drift, and Ormsby's able to keep it down a little bit lower. Out of turn 4, both Darren Cox and Ormsby running similar lines as we reach the halfway point. 8 laps down, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Darren Cox. Half a lap remaining. Darren Cox sets up for turn 3, final time through turn 4. Rob Ormsby not able to catch him. Down the front stretch, this time by your winner, Darren Cox. Ormsby's in second, Force's third.
Climbing out of the car, first career street stock win, Darren Cox. These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
These fans and these competitors, your appreciation for the innovative machining technology USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Green flag. Christopher Allen jumps out to an early lead over Kenny Miller. Bobby Butler jumps right into third. Pulaski, Cotta, and Bright goes 3 wide. Bright goes to fourth. Chris Allen leads lap number 1 over Kenny Miller. Danner working topside midfield. He's to the outside of Ed Aiken right now. 3 wide battle. Laps in, 15 to go. The race is heating up. Lap traffic could become a factor. Kenny Miller has found something. Scooting off the bottom, coming out of turn 2. One goes pit side. That's the BDB Graphics number 83 of Buckwalter. And Bright pulls sour. Bright off the track. And now Kenny Miller is like a proverbial shark smelling blood going into turn 3. He wants that victory. Lap cars side by side in front of the race leader. Where does Allen go? Miller licking his chops down the backstretch. What's Miller gonna go do? Top side of the Speedway on Chris Allen. Allen shuts the door, coming out of 4. Side by side once again. It's a 3-car battle for the lead now. Briggs Danner enters the fray. Danner to the outside of Miller. Danner to the outside of Allen. 2 lap cars have a log jam in front of the leaders. Allen threads the needle and gets by. Miller now to the inside. Christopher Allen just made magic through lap traffic. Christopher Allen continues to lead over Kenny Miller and a hard charge in Briggs Danner. Danner to the inside of Miller, can't make anything work. Miller now, big drive down the backstretch into 3. Slide job, he's got it. Kenny Miller's gonna lead with 2 laps to go. Allen tries to slide him back, but it's the man from Morgantown taking the lead, coming to the white flag through the middle for his 2nd win of the season. The man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller, the 3rd. Christopher Allen 2nd, Briggs Danner 3rd. He's climbing up top. 10-foot tall sprint.
All right. By the way, fan of the night is Kinley Salmons. She will ride in the pace truck for the crate feature. And our haircut winner is Casey Patterson from Somerset. So Kinley Salmons and Casey Patterson go to the Turn 4 Kids Club. Is that your granddaughter? Can she drive the? Lenny wants to know if she can drive the pace truck. That would make it more interesting. No, I'm with you on that one. So Kinley and Casey go down to the Turn 4 Kids Club. Congratulations on being chosen as the fan of the night and the winner of the haircut.
All right, we are back live on YouTube, although they are doing some track prep still, as you can see. But you can still get in on the 50-50 drawing, gang. Go right on these numbers right here, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Just make sure you get them numbers right. Make sure you dial it. Get in on the 50-50. Biggest and best 50-50 right here at New Egypt Speedway.
By the way, welcome everybody back watching on YouTube. By the way, scan that QR code on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If you don't know what that means, it means you have to get out your phone, put it on the camera mode, and hold that camera up to that funky little design on the bottom right-hand corner. That's called a QR code. That'll throw a website link right in the middle of the screen. If you tap on that, it'll bring you to our online merchandise store. Again, without your support, we can't keep this live stream free, so we need everybody. If you want to support New Egypt Speedway, wherever in the world you may be, pick up some hats, some T-shirts, some sweatshirts, some New Egypt Speedway swag, and wear it proudly wherever you are watching our broadcast. Also, what we want to do, remember the old Area Auto Racing News contest? I just saw Lenny down there. You take a picture reading Area Auto on a cruise ship or under a palm tree or wherever, or skiing on a chairlift. We want to see you at home in your New Egypt Speedway gear, and you can send it to us on Facebook, and we'll pop it up on the screen in a future broadcast. We'll do like, remember the old Captain Noah, send your pictures to dear old Captain Noah? Well, we'll put your picture on TV wearing your New Egypt Speedway garb and with a caption that says where you're watching the live broadcast from. I don't care if it's Palm Beach, if it's the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, if it's on a big bass boat in Maine, if it's in England. We want to see you wearing your New Egypt Speedway gear. So send us your pictures to the New Egypt Speedway after you go online and buy your New Egypt Speedway merchandise. Show it off, wear it proudly, support your local dirt track.
cars to the backstretch staging area now, please. Great feature cars to the backstretch staging area now. Great feature is 35 laps, and then the modified feature is 30 laps. Great feature, 35 laps, and then the modified feature, 30 laps. Great feature cars to the backstretch staging area now, please.
All right, intermission just about wrapping up. We're going to start with the Crate Sportsman feature. They had to smooth some problem spots out in turn 3, as you saw during the match races. We got that all fixed now. And you're looking at the newly, we'll call it reclaimed turn 3. You can see it looks smooth as glass out there with the Packer trucks going over it. A little bit extra time this intermission to get those rough spots smoothed out. And you could really see how the track has been able to maintain the moisture once the sun went down. We had a little bit of dust during the hot lap session. They came back, they put some water on it, and the heat races were really good. And then it got a little bit religious in turn 3, a little holy, and we smoothed it down and took a little extra time to get it ready for these 2 big main events. And Nikki, as we're looking at the feature lineups here for the Sportsman and the Modifieds, Hunter Ploskey is going to find himself in an unusual position here. He's going to lead the field of 24 Sportsmen as a co-rookie champion after getting his, I believe, his first heat race win. He's going to be on the pole, Hunter Ploskey, for the Sportsman feature. And the wily veteran Dan Fleming will be to his outside. Kind of neat to watch the young kids and the veterans of the Sportsman division, the next generation, and the ones that paved the way here at New Egypt.
Yeah, well, you know, Hunter, who is our co-rookie champion with Aiden Spencer, and Hunter was so excited to get to ride. That is a Marty Resnick race car. And, of course, his grandfather is Stan Ploskey. His father is Stan Ploskey III, and who runs a Wingless car. And he's so happy to be behind the wheel of a race car and doing what he's doing. And every time I talk to him, he's smiling and carrying on and having a good time. And that's what it's all about. A lot of these guys spend a lot of money working on these race cars. A lot of people forget that it's supposed to be fun. And that's what it's all about, Jim. We're supposed to be having fun out here doing what we're doing. And, you know, tonight's a special night. We remember Katy Mancini. We all pull together as a racing family. There's no bigger family than the racing family. So, yeah, it's a great night tonight. It's cooled down a little bit, and that's going to make things very interesting during the features here.
Nikki, row number 2 in the Sportsman feature looks all officials to your posts. All race officials to your posts, please. We were talking about the rookie and the veteran in row number 1, and we have a similar situation in row number 2, but Alexi Wilson has showed that she has really come a long way in a short amount of time, finding herself in positions to win features. She's looking for her first one, but she's going to be on the inside of row number 2. And again, a wily old veteran, Mike Toth, will be on her outside. Row number 3 in the Sportsman feature out of New Egypt in the number 88. That'll be Glenn McIntyre. And Nick Van Wickle will be starting 6th in the number 41. Row number 4 out of Parkertown in the teal and white number 18. That's Ryan Heim. Pat Wall, who bounced 6 times in the air off the ground during that match race going into turn 3. We counted 6 bunny hops in the 5W, will start 8th. Inside of row number 5 in the 22, that's Tom Klimkowski out of New Egypt, Tommy Klimkowski in the 22, and Dave Malosar out of Southampton, 32C. Ethan Bill will start 11th out of Piles Grove Township in the 14, and Matty Ellery will go 12th from South Plainfield in the 29. Driver of the I'm Starving Backyard Barbecue number 72, Steve Davis, will start 13th. On his outside, last week's Sportsman feature winner from Cream Ridge in the number 20, it's Ryan Simmons. Johnny Mac, John McClellan, welcome back to New Egypt, will start 15th in the backup Ellery number 29J. He's out of Martinsville. And on his outside in the 55, Joe Nappy out of Howell. Cookstown's Dylan Morris will start 17th in the 34. And welcome back Bobby Lineman Jr. in the USA 1 from Doylestown. He'll start in the 18th spot. John Scarpati will start 19th in the S2. And John Norcia in the famous Norcia number 81 out of North Brunswick will start 20th. Aiden Spencer will start 21st in the 921. Steve Puglisi Jr. will start on his outside in the 43. He's from Beechwood. Highland Lakes' own Tia Almick will start 23rd in the number 38. And after problems in his heat in the number 3, out of Southampton, Chris Bergstrom will start shotgun in the 24th position. The cars are rolling on to the Speedway as our officials get all set. First of 2 big post-intermission features, Mr. Crate 35 laps, followed by the modifieds. Drivers are making their way to their proper starting lineup positions here on the front stretch after an extensive reworking of the track during intermission. Again, we thank you for your patience. We apologize for a little bit of the delay to smooth out those trouble spots in turns 1 and 3. But the track, at least on the cameras located around the track, looks awfully smooth and awfully fast. Let's take a ride around the racetrack with some of our stationary cameras. You're looking at a camera in turn 3. Let's go around the horn, Dustin. You're looking into turn number 1 from the front stretch. That's our turn 1 and 2 camera. This is a camera that Frankie mans. This is a manned camera on the tower in the middle of the trioval on the backstretch. You're looking at the exit of turn number 2 in the beginning of the backstretch. And now our turns 3 and 4 camera located over the trees just over the wall in turns 3 and 4. This is our front stretch camera manned by Photog Ryan. Looking at it from our main camera platform on the front stretch grandstands, you can see there is movement to that camera. That's on a manned tripod. Again, our turn 1 replay camera. There's the entrance of turn 1. You're looking down the front stretch, so we can capture the action looking into turn 1 coming on the front stretch. There's another shot from the exit of turn 2. You're looking at turns 1 and 2. Interesting about the New Egypt Speedway, when you look at it this way, it's almost like a little short shoot coming from turn 1 into turn 2, and it makes for interesting racings. If you look at New Egypt Speedway from high above, it's almost like you've shrunk Pocono down into a dirt track. So there's a distinct turn in the middle of the backstretch located where this camera is. If you're looking in the stands, it's kind of hard to see that the backstretch has a 90-degree turn right where the cars come out. There's a look around the racetrack for you folks at home. We hope you enjoyed those looks. We'll go back to our manned cameras from Photog Ryan and Frankie. Of course, Dustin up here behind the controls. Kind of neat to see all the different looks, all the different cameras we have located around the Speedway. Well, we've got a front 2 rows mixed with veterans, mixed with youngsters out there. We'll see if some of our drivers can come from deep within the pack. We're looking at Ryan Simmons starting back there. Steve Davis is going to have to come from 13th. We've got some awards, too, for the Crate Extra $250 to the winner, courtesy of Ellery's Pub and Grill. Second place, another $250 extra, courtesy of Ellery's Pub and Grill. Hard Luck Award, free carb rebuild from Fresh Carb. Happy birthday, Patty Scarpati. Happy birthday, Patty Scarpati. That is John Scarpati's wife. Folks, this time by, starting at a turn number 4 in the pit grandstands, this will be your wave lap. Wave at the Sportsman drivers. They'll be waving back at you. Get that wave going in turn 4. Keep it going down the front stretch all the way into turn number 1. Well, what do you think, guys? Is it going to be a veteran? Maybe Dan Fleming tonight? How about Mike Toth? Ethan Bill starting in 11th. How about Steve Davis or Ryan Simmons? It could be Hunter Plosky or Lexi Wilson looking for her first race. Well, from 35 laps from now, we're going to find out. Because in just a few seconds, folks, you're going to feel the thunder in the pines as we go racing with the Sportsman feature, double greens in the air. Hunter Plosky to the lead through turns 1. Problems on the outside. And we've got debris in turn 1. Somebody's Nerf bar is laying in the middle of turns 1 and 2. As the cars continue to circulate, there's the yellow flag. Caution on the Speedway for a big Nerf bar sitting right in the groove in turn 2. So the Roost Restaurant caution flag flies early on in the Sportsman feature, and you can see that right there on your camera. A big old Nerf bar right in the middle of the groove in turn 2. It looked like Malosar got sideways and they checked up, and then I saw that Nerf bar go flying. Our tow truck is going to pick up the debris left behind in turn 2 after that opening lap scramble. let's poll the crowd. It's 35 laps away, but does anybody in the crowd want to see Hunter Ploski get his first win? That's pretty good. Anybody cheering for Lexi Wilson? Any Dan Fleming fans out there? Anybody think Ethan Bill can pull off the win? Oh, Nikki, we'll try it again. White flag is back out. Re-racked and restacked. 2x2, 24 cars strong. 35 laps, Mr. Great Sportsman. Championship night here at New Egypt. Hunter Ploski, Dan Fleming, Alexi Wilson, Mike Toth, Glenn McIntyre, and Nick Van Wickle, your top 3 rows as we try it again. 2x2, 24 cars strong, green is out. We'll go back into turns 1 and 2 once again. This time everybody's clean through 1 and 2. Down the backstretch through the tri-oval, Hunter Ploski has the lead. Dan Fleming trying to chase him down. Behind them, it's a hornet's nest coming out of turn 4. Glenn McIntyre getting to the inside of Lexi Wilson. Move McIntyre up to third. Behind them, everybody playing nice in the early going of the Sportsman feature. Battle for the lead. Here comes Fleming. Hunter Ploski got wide at the exit of turn number 4, and they're side by side through 1 and 2. Ploski holds him off for now, but here comes Dan Fleming hungry for a win. Dan Fleming finding some bite on the inside. Ploski's momentum carries him back on the outside. And for now, Ploski has the lead, but I don't know how long he's going to keep it because Fleming is right there. Good battles up front, good battles in the mid-pack as well. For now, Ploski, Fleming, McIntyre, Van Wickle, Lexi Wilson holding her own, and here comes Pat Wall in the 5W. Good side-by-side racing right behind Pat Wall. There's Ethan Bill making his way up to 7th spot. Battle for the lead out of turn 2. Action all over the racetrack. Through 3 and 4, Hunter Ploski has led the first 6 laps, but here comes Fleming right on his Nerf bar. Dan Fleming back to the inside through 1 and 2. Dan Fleming wheel-to-wheel out of 2 with Hunter Ploski on his outside. Hunter Ploski running the race of his life, but Fleming not giving up. Dan Fleming, they are dead even at the start-finish line. Fleming now inching ahead. Dan Fleming sliding in front of Hunter Ploski. Caution, yellow flag, caution on the Speedway. It looks like, yeah, Chris Bergstrom around in turn 4. Problems continue for the number 3. Chris Bergstrom not having the night he was hoping for. And that'll move Ploski back to the lead. I don't think we got that lap in. 7 laps are in. We are 1/5 of the way through. Nikki, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, it's a hell of a race here, Jim. I mean, these guys are jockeying around for positions. Ploski holding his own there until finally Fleming decided to make a daring move there. But good battles all over the track here, Jim. The track is really, really good. The modified feature ought to be very interesting tonight, Jim.
Yeah, Nikki, you can see the difference, too, on a more humid night and the earlier sunsets now. And with that extra water put down, a lot of bite. This is old school elbows up New Egypt style of racing that we saw years ago. Folks, are you enjoying this Sportsman feature? How many people are cheering for Hunter Ploski? Where are the Dan Fleming fans at? Pretty good out there. All right, we'll see what we can do. 7 laps in, 28 to go. We're exactly 1/5 of the way through this 35-lapper, 10 extra laps tonight. That will make a difference. If you remember last year, Sportsman features were 20 laps, and then this year we added the extra 5 laps on. Lexi Wilson would have had her first Sportsman win if it was still 20 laps. So adding a few extra laps to give the Sportsman racers the feature distance they deserve. That was the message from our general manager, Chris Moore. Yeah, he wanted to give them 25 laps. They support the track week in, week out. Highly deserved. And here we go. 10 extra laps on top of that 25 tonight. Hunter Plosky, Dan Fleming, McIntyre, and Van Wickle. Your front row. Lexi Wilson hanging in there in 5th, and Pat Wall recovering from that bounce in the match race. He's in 6th. All right, 7 in, 28 to go. Green is out. McIntyre may have touched the inside wall on that restart. That car shot across the track. Nobody got into him, but he did lose a spot to Van Wickle. Back up front, that battle for the lead continuing. Fleming now to the inside out of turn number 4. New leader, Dan Fleming, with Van Wickle hot to trot on the 41. Through turns 1 and 2, once again, everybody clean and green. Dan Fleming in the 17, looking for a win. It's been a while since he's been in victory lane. Down the front stretch, they are 2 and 3 wide behind him. About 6th on back, they are 2 by 2, starting with Ethan Bill and Pat Wall. And they're coming up on Lexi Wilson. That's a battle for 5th. A whole lot of cars going for that top 5. Pat Wall all over the racetrack. It looked like he almost had a problem through 3 and 4. Yellow flag caution on the Speedway for a car spinning in turn 3 and 4. The Roost Restaurant caution flies again on lap number 10 for a spin in turn 3 and 4. Pat Norsha or John Norsha going around. Glenn McIntyre having a good run, running 3rd. He started 5th in the 88. Whoa. Hey, where are those Glenn McIntyre fans at? Wow. You guys know how to follow the rules here at New Egypt, man. That's a good showing for McIntyre. It has been a while since Dan Fleming found victory lane. He's currently sitting 13th in points. And this could, a good run tonight could move him close to the top 10 in points with a couple of point races left. So we'll see how the night goes for Dan Fleming. 25 laps to go. So now we have a regular distance Sportsman feature left on the card with 10 laps in, 25 to go. Dan Fleming leads the field back to green. A good restart for Nick Van Wickle on the outside of the 41, but Fleming is finding the bite on the inside. But give the lead to Van Wickle on the 41. Nick Van Wickle to the outside of Fleming, and behind them, another bee's nest of Sportsmen racing down the front stretch back into turn number 1. Van Wickle snookering himself out on the outside of Fleming, got the lead on the restart, and he's maintaining a 1-car length lead. Meanwhile, behind them, battle is for 5th. 3 wide coming out of turn 4. That's Steve Davis, Ryan Simmons, and Lexi Wilson. Oh, Simmons with the left side of the car up in the air. These Sportsman cars are finding some bite as a battle for 2nd now. What a move by Ethan Bill, diving to the inside, and Fleming has a problem. Dan Fleming brakes in the 17. He may have jumped out of gear. He's back on the throttle, but he lost a couple of positions. Tough break for Dan Fleming in the 17, and the car jumped out of gear, and he lost a couple of spots. We'll see if that happens again. Yeah, that car is jumping out of the gear, heads up on the front stretch. Problems for Dan Fleming in the 17 as he's pulling up lame on the outside. Right in the middle of the pack again. And Dan Fleming is going to have to go to the pits in the 17. Tough break for Fleming. Good piece of driving by everybody else to avoid him. Norsha pulls off in the 81. Down the front stretch, here comes your leader, Van Wickle, in the 41. Ethan Bill's reeling him into the 14. McIntyre's 3rd. Steve Davis, Ryan Simmons, Pat Wall. And we have problems in turn 4. Yellow flag caution on the Speedway on lap number 16. That could be Chris Bergstrom once again in the 3. 2nd time for that number 3 going around in this feature. David Malosar to the pits in the 32C. There goes John Norsha back in the pits in the 81. Real tough. You got to feel for Dan Fleming. Tough break. The car jumped out of gear. It did it again on the next lap. He got it back under control. He found the speed, and that problem kept recurring. But here we are, 16 laps in, and Van Wickle has control over this one. But here comes Ethan Bill. Nikki, you got to see Ethan down there in the match races. He only ran 1, but that car looks strong.
Well, he's a one-man band there, and he's getting things done out there. I mean, he's in 2nd, and he's hungry for a win. But Glenn McIntyre driving a hell of a race here tonight. Steve Davis is right there, and now Ryan Simmons is right there, Jim. So it's going to get interesting. There's a lot of race left.
Just had a chance to watch that replay. Chris Bergstrom actually spun into the path. It looked like David Malosar, and they actually made hard. Watch this on your upper left hand. There goes the 3, and boom! Yeah. Hard contact, and that spins the number 3 around. And that's why Malosar went into the pits. I think he's back out now. But that was actually some hard contact that we would never have seen unless we had those cameras pointed around the track. So a little bit more excitement than just a single car spin there. But here we go. White flag is out. Just shy of the halfway point. We'll see what happens. Van Wickle choosing the outside groove. He wants to run that cushion. Worked well in the match races. The outside did, but Ethan Bill is fast everywhere. All right, the pace quickens. Van Wickle reads the Sportsman back to the green. Racing once again, back through 1 and 2. Ethan Bill, slide job in front of Van Wickle. Van Wickle comes back, crosses him over on the inside. Van Wickle to the inside of Ethan Bill. Side by side, wheel to wheel out of 4. Side by side for that lead. A dead heat at the start-finish line. Ethan Bill on the cushion. Van Wickle taking the short way around the inside guardrail. This time by, it'll be halfway. 18 laps down, 17 to go, and a battle for the lead continues out of 4. Trouble in turn 3 and 4. Car spins. 1, 2, 3. He gets nailed. Another one goes around. We got a 5-car jingle in turn 3. And that began I believe that was Scarpati that went around. We'll watch this again with our turn 3. Now watch in the back of the pack. There you see Scarpati. Boom, boom. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6 cars involved. That began with Scarpati getting sideways. Bobby Lineman involved. Hunter Ploski involved. Looks like Malosar involved. We'll look at it one more time. Again, watch the S2 of Scarpati. He spins right there. Nappy gets involved. Bob Lineman, Malosar, Ploski, and the 3 once again of Chris Bergstrom just spun to avoid that mess in front of him. Scarpati pulls away in the S2. He spun first, which triggered that mess. Bobby Lineman still down there. Looks like Ploski's going off on the wrecker. Tough break for Hunter, starting on the pole after getting his first ever heat race win. And you can see the front end of the Ploski machine going up in the air, and his night will end on the hook. Yeah, you can see Nappy in the 55. Looks like his front end is twisted. I don't know if Malosar's got damage or how badly the Lineman machine is dinged up. Well, there goes Ploski. Nikki, you've watched a lot of generations of Ploskis out there. It's great to see Hunter out here. He's just getting started. He's going to have a lot of years ahead of him. But getting a win in the heat, starting on the pole, has got to be a pretty good, exciting feeling for that young man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they've been involved with it, you know, through his grandfather and then his father and then him. I mean, it's a generational thing. We have a lot of generational things here at New Egypt. A lot of people that I've watched sell programs here and wind up racers. I mean, the Butlers have been a generational thing here, the Grassos and all the other people. George Garris, his family's been here for years. And you watch these kids sell programs and ride on my golf cart, and now they're winning features in the Sportsman division or the modified division. And it makes you so proud to say that you've been a part of that this whole time. So, but yeah, you tight racetrack like this, the track is fast, your adrenaline's flowing, something happens in the corner, you don't have time to stop, and you get an offshore boat wreck like you have down there in turn number 4.
Yeah, and we'll see how much damage is done to the Lineman machine. Again, he just came back. First night back here in a long time in that familiar USA 1. He's going to drive it away. Hopefully they were just stuck together down there. So Lineman pulls away, and it looks like David Malosar is pulling away too. Big damage, big ding on the right rear quarter of lineman's car. You can see where he got nailed. And it looks like both of those cars will go to the pits and have their crews look them over. Hopefully it's just cosmetic on Bobby Lineman. And Malozar back to the pits again in the 32. So we'll cross him over and try it again. We're, again, just trying to get that halfway point in. Somebody is sputtering out there, and I think it's, and a car is coming to a stop in turn 2. We heard a car backfiring or sputtering, and now we've got a car coming up lame on the inside of turn 2. That could be Tia Almec out there in the 38. So Tia Almec's car shutting off, and you heard it. Hey, by the way, folks, if you're hungry, get to the concession stands right now. 50% off all concessions while supplies last. 50% off all concessions while supplies last at the main concession stand. Lines are non-existent. If you want to grab something quick to eat and don't want to pay a lot of money for it, go to the concession stands right now. The main concession stand, 50% off while supplies last, whatever they have left. We started with 24 cars. We have 17 left on the Speedway. And we'll see if Lineman or Malozar can return. They just went in after getting caught up in that wreck in the middle of 3 and 4. They don't have much time to get their cars fixed because we are going back to racing in 1 lap. Bobby Lineman back out on the number 1. One lap shy of halfway. Van Wickle in control of this one, but Ethan Bill was coming in the 14. We'll see what happens. 18 laps to go as the green comes back out. Ethan Bill on the outside of Van Wickle. Here comes Steve Davis in the 72. Oh, and trouble behind them. One car sideways. That looked like Ellery, or one of the Ellery cars. Nearly spun out, but kept going. Battle for the lead. Side by side. Battle for the lead. Ethan Bill in the 14 has it. Now Van Wickle wants to take it back. New leader, Ethan Bill in the 14. And we've got yellow on the Speedway once again. The Roost Restaurant caution flag showing up quite a bit in this feature. I don't see anything. Could be debris. The only blind spot on the track for us in the tower is extreme high in turn 4. And I do see some safety trucks over that way, but Don't see any visible problems with any cars. But we've got a truck now leaving that scene up in turn 4. We'll double them up, cross them over, and the signal's been given. We're going green next time by, so whatever debris was on the track's been picked up, and we're ready to go again. We did get 2 laps completed, so 19 in, 16 to go. In this one. Ethan Bill, your new leader in the 14. Green comes back out. Van Wickle chasing him back into 1, but never count out Steve Davis in the 72. He won a bunch of those match races earlier. Always fast in the backyard barbecue car. Steve Davis in the 72 trying to dive to the inside of Van Wickle. They are wheel to wheel heading back into turn number 1. Van Wickle and Steve Davis putting on a show for the fans. Still side by side for that runner-up spot. And don't look now, here comes Ryan Simmons. Last week's winner thinks about 3 wide. Wisely backed off, but he's got a great view of that runner-up battle directly in front of him as Van Wickle stays to the inside, and here comes Steve Davis powering on the cushion. Steve Davis to the outside. Van Wickle in the middle, and Ryan Simmons down low. 2 and 3 wide action for the runner-up spot, and Ryan Simmons got around both of them. How about that for a move by the number 20? He did the same thing last week. He got 2 spots in 1 turn. Ryan Simmons now has Ethan Bill in his crosshairs, but he gets sideways out of turn. Oh, and they're hooked. 2nd and 3rd place are wrecking on the backstretch. However, the caution flag came out before those 2 cars got hooked together for a spinning Dylan Morris. And they still are coming together down there. The yellow flag came out before they got together, so we'll have to see what scoring does with this. Yellow lights were on, and it is very possible that one of those cars checked up, and that's what led them to get hooked up. But I did see the yellow lights come on, so we'll have to wait and see what the ruling is here.
That's 2 minutes for hooking. Yeah, I had it the whole way. I have it right on the back stretch.
We'll watch the replay from our backstretch camera. You can see how the 2nd and 3rd place cars got together. Ryan Simmons got all sorts of sideways, and then the 72 came up trying to capitalize. At the same time that happened, the yellow came out for Dylan Morris, who had spun in 3 and 4. And from that angle, it looked like everything happened all at the same time. So, unfortunately, we believe Simmons and Davis are going to have to start at the rear. where they tried like anything to get unhooked too. You could see them kind of fishtailing and snaking their way down the tri-oval after they got hooked. They could not shake each other off their locked bumpers. Tough break for your second and third place runners who have to start at the back now. Another look at this. You can see Simmons get sideways, and right there they made contact as the yellow comes out right at the same time. They tried to get unhooked. They couldn't do it. They had to restart in the back. Tough break for your second and third place cars. Ethan Bill in the 14 restarts. Through B&4, the green comes out, and Pat Wall now finds himself 3 wide for second. Look at this battle up front. Pat Wall out of nowhere as Matty Ellery in the 29's up to second. Matt Ellery, who started and that could be Johnny Mack in the 29. Johnny Mack up to second. You're right, there's a little J. So Johnny Mack is second, and fifth is Matt Ellery. Ethan Bill is driving away. John McClellan on a triumphant return to the Speedway is running second. Nick Van Wickle up to third. Pat Wall is fourth, and Matt Ellery is fifth. Ryan Simmons trying to charge his way through the back of the pack, trying to gain as many spots as he can. He gets around Scarpati. We are 9 laps to go, making 8 laps to go this time by for Ethan Bill. And we've got a problem in turn 2, heads up. Oh, hard hit in turn 2. Lexi Wilson broke, and she got nailed by Chris Bergstrom, and we'll let the officials get over there. Red flag coming out immediately. So the red lights come out. Safety crews are immediately on the scene for Lexi Wilson. Looked like she may have brushed the wall coming out of turn 2. Came across the track and got hit by Glenn McIntyre and then by Chris Bergstrom. So good news is Lexi Wilson did get out of the car of her own power and was walking to the ambulance. So how about a round of applause for Lexi Wilson? She took a couple of hard hits back there, but she appears to be okay. Certainly good news. Yeah, it looked like she brushed the outside wall and may have broken something in her steering. The car then came back across the track and got hit a couple of times. And we'll take a look from our stationary camera on the backstretch. Take a look at this again to see exactly what happened, now that we know she's going to be okay.
I have to zoom in. If I can zoom in, I can see. All right. You're not. That is far. All right, keep it.
So good news from back there. Lexi is okay, according to the officials back on the scene. Unfortunately, her car is going to need some work over the week. And you can see the number 3 of Chris Bergstrom, who really hit her hard as she came across the track. That number 3 has been involved in a number of incidents tonight. And now that 3 is going off on the wrecker as well. And Nikki, this is a tough break for Lexi. She's been so fast the last couple of weeks here, and you know, Lady Luck has not found her yet, but I think it's only a matter of time before she finds victory lane. Of course, tonight going off on the wrecker and a little bit shaken up back there, but she's also got a promising career ahead of her if she wants to stick with this racing, because she's fast and she's got a lot of fans out there rooting for her each and every week.
Well, you know, it's part of our sport that stinks, to put it mildly. You have a problem, you get up into the fence there and you come across the racetrack and people don't have nowhere to go. This is why you thank all the safety equipment and you thank the people that make the race cars, because they keep you safe in them. And the main thing is that she's okay and she got out of the car and she's going to be fine. You can always fix the race car. So nothing else matters but that person that turns the steering wheel in that car, and all the safety equipment done its job. People complain about New Jersey, about being in New Jersey to race, but we are the safest place to race. And I'm proud to say, of all the safety stuff that we do in Jersey, I'm proud to say that I'm part of a New Jersey racing facility.
Lexi's car going off on the wrecker back to the pit area. Nikki, you're exactly right. State police oversee everything we do here each and every week. They have safety seminars done. We have the latest in safety equipment and safety training for first responders. I was able to interview Warren Austin a few weeks back after that vicious sprint car wreck down in Bridgeport, talking about how New Jersey safety protects the drivers that race here. Yeah, they complain a little bit, oh, I don't want to put all this on my car, but when you see wrecks like that and you're able to walk out okay of a hit like that, a couple of hits like that, it shows just how strong the safety standards are here in the state.
Well, you don't got to look at New Jersey. You got to look at the wreck that Stuart Friesen was in. And you got to commend the people that built his race car and the stuff that he wears. He's not a stupid man. He knows he's got to have all that stuff on there. And now Stuart's starting to do interviews. He's starting to talk. He's putting different people in his race cars. You know, yeah, you got to have God riding with you sometimes, but you got to have all the right stuff to wear and put in place to keep you safe in these race cars. We love these people that race these race cars. They put on a show for us. But we love for them to have all the right stuff, too.
Of course, Nikki, you mentioned second generations. Lexi Wilson, a second generation racer. Her dad, Steve Wilson, a sprint car driver for many years. He ran a whole bunch of divisions here, I believe, back in the day, but SS sprint cars. So Steve Wilson, he's had his own crack-ups too a couple of times, but you know, it's great to see Lexi under Steve's guidance, continuing her career here, and the Wilson family back at New Egypt each and every week after taking some years off. And, you know, we know it's only a matter of time before she gets to victory lane, but tonight's one of those rough spots that you have to get through before you get there. But we're glad she's all right. We're thankful for our safety crews, our first responders here at New Egypt, and we're able to go back racing in just a lap. Kind of a rough and tumble Sportsman feature for 35 laps. We've been at it for quite a bit now, and we've got 14 cars out of the 24 left. How about Johnny Mack, Johnny McClellan, in that 29J on the outside, making his return to New Egypt, and he's running in the runner-up spot. How's Mr. Ellery doing in the booth next to us? 2 of his cars in the top 5. How you holding up? Yeah, he's giving the big thumbs up, so he's loving watching this. Let's see what the old hired ringer can do on the outside of Ethan Bill. Ethan Bill also having a great night, winning the match. He only had to run 1 match race, and he won it. So we've got Ethan Bill, Johnny Mack, Van Wickle, Pat Wall, and Matty Ellery, your top 5. 9 laps to go as we go green. Green is out. Johnny Mack to the inside of Ethan Bill. Ethan Bill's momentum carries and on the outside, continuing to hold the lead. Pat Wall now to the inside of John McClellan in the 5W. Pat Wall has to back out. Matt Ellery trying to get another spot. He's side by side with Van Wickle. And now Van Wickle approaching Pat Wall. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all coming together out of turn number 4 as Johnny Mack is not letting Ethan Bill out of his sights. 7 laps to go. 7 to go for Ethan Bill. Battle is for the lead. Battle's for 3rd. Matt Ellery to the inside of Pat Wall out of turn 4. Battle for 3rd down the front stretch. Give that spot that time by to Ellery. Pat Wall's going to try to rally back on the outside on the cushion. Once again, those crate cars, you keep that momentum up in the engine. That's how you keep the speed. But here comes Ellery back again on the inside of Pat Wall. 5 laps to go. 5 to go for Ethan Bill in the 14. And now Ellery, side by side with Pat Wall. The 2 teammates, the 29 cars, they could finish 2nd and 3rd. As Ellery moves up to that 3rd position. Ethan Bill, and then a pair of 29s. Pat Wall, Van Wickle, Ryan Simmons back up to 6th. Ryan Simmons rebounding to 6th. As we have 3 laps to go, 3 to go for Ethan Bill. Battle is for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ryan Simmons with the late race charge. Out of turn 4, this will be 2 laps to go. 2 to go for Ethan Bill. Great racing back in the pack. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ryan Simmons wants a top 5. Ryan Simmons to the inside of Van Wickle. Side by side, wheel to wheel through 3 and 4. White flag is out up front. It's all Ethan Bill. Ryan Simmons gets a top 5 position. Final 2 turns. Ethan Bill is going to sweep the night out of turn 4. The twin checkers are in the air. Ethan Bill wins the main event. Johnny Mack, Matty Ellery, and then Pat Wall by a whisker over a charging Ryan Simmons for 5th. Well, Nick Leach just had Ethan Bill in victory lane before intermission, and now he gets to talk to him again. Ethan Bill sweeping the night on the Mr. Crate Sportsman Championship event. He won the match race, the final match race, and he wins the feature. And this is going to make the points race very interesting. Ethan Bill will gain on Steve Davis significantly once these points are tabulated tonight. We'll send it downstairs to victory lane with Nick Leach.
Ryan Simmons thing. Did
They just locked bumpers. They
up?
just locked bumpers.
That's all it was?
Yeah, that's all it was. No big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, the one-man band Ethan Bill. Got a lot of fans here. Oh, got a problem at the scale here. Good to go. Let's see what happens. He was light. So Ethan Bill comes up light at the scales, which means our second place car, let's see what he does. Well, the hired gun will come over here. Let's see. Here comes Johnny Mack. B&C Car Wash, Supreme Heating and Air, of course Ellery's Pub, hired gun for the night. They told him, you're not going surfing tonight, Johnny, you're going to surf over at New Egypt Speedway. Surfside Johnny in the 29. Ladies and gentlemen, out of retirement, Johnny McClellan in the 29J. Get them Michelob Ultras on ice. You know, John, I know when you came in here, you figured you're going to take some laps and do some stuff. You never thought you were going to come up here and see Nick Leach tonight, did you?
No, not at all. I'm super happy, so excited. You know, this is for the Mancinis. You know, their loss with Katy. You know, it's just sad, and you know, I'm good friends with Paul and Rob. You know, and it's awesome for them.
Pretty neat, John, to see you come out here. You ran the match racers. You're just plugging away, plugging away, plugging away. Tough break for Ethan Bill. He was a little bit late at the scale. John, does this mean you could be the hired gun for this machine or what?
Whenever they need me, I'll be more than happy to come back and drive, you know. I got to thank Ellery's Pub and Grill, John, Matt, Fitty, Jerry, Brian Whalen Racing. You know, there's a bunch of people that put their butts in, you know, I don't even know what to say. I didn't expect to be here tonight.
The racetrack's a little different than when you used to run here, John. The track's been really good at the end of the night. How was the racetrack, John?
I thought the racetrack was good. You just had to, you know, race around some of the holes. And if you could race around the holes, you were fast. You just had to figure out where you really needed to be and make up your time there.
Well, John, you made up some time. You made another memory here. It's good to see you back in the race car. I'd love to see you come back here again, John. You know you're one of my favorites.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And, you know, thank you to all the New Egypt fans who's hanging in here tonight. The track was a little sketchy at first, and Mark did an awesome job with it. Thank you, guys.
Let's hear for Johnny Mack. He gets it done. Surfside Johnny, baby. I'll turn it over to Video Jim. He'll give you the lineup for the modified feature. I'll work my way back up there to do the play-by-play. Jim?
Well, thank you very much, Nikki. Sometimes it pays to be in a position to win, and that's exactly what Johnny Mack did. He got that runner-up spot, and unfortunately the scales were not in Ethan Bill's favor tonight. And the Ellery team, they're going to be partying hard tonight at Ellery's Bar and Grill. All right, modifieds on the track. This is the way they'll line up for Katy's race, the 30-lap feature. On the pole out of Flemington in car number 37, the cool one, Brian Cool. On his outside in the 27 from Fairfield, Frank Venecia in the 27. This driver turned some heads when he brought the big block out for some hot laps. Let's see what he does in the spec car, the 928 out of Jackson. It's Kevin Borden. Kevin Borden in the 928. Will Dupree will start fourth in the 2D. He's from Somerset. Davey Sammons will go from fifth out of Trenton, New Jersey in the 79. On his outside in car number 5, it's Jack Butler from Phillipsburg. Dominic Buffalito will start 7th in the 3V. He's out of Saraville. Okay.
It's a yellow ticket. 846-484. 846-484. 846-484. Go to the office. You're welcome. $1,000.91.
We did the other two already.
Keeping that streak of $1,000 jackpots alive down there. Thanks for everybody for buying the 50/50s. One more time, folks. Let's hear it for Johnny Mack and the Ellery team in Victory Lane. On the outside of Dominic Buffalino from Hamilton in the 323, that's Johnny Bang Bang Bangs. Johnny Bangs in the 323. Danny Buck will start 9th in the 6B out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. On his outside, his brother Chase is celebrating a birthday. But it's Tanner Van Dorn in the 27T. Starting in 11th out of Frenchtown in the 1, that's Billy Pouch Jr., the kid's kid. On his outside, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Inside of row number 7, from East Greenbush, New York, in the 51M, the thrilling David Schilling. On his outside, in the 29K out of Montgomery, that's Brandon Grosso. Brother Justin Grosso will start 15th in the number 6 in the Stangl automobile, also out of Montgomery. Corey Cormier will start 16th out of Otisville, New York in the 26R. George Garris Jr. will start 17th in the 92 Junior. Jimmy Houseworth will go 18th from the 72. Johnny Amick will start 19th in the 38 out of Highland Lakes. Joseph Brown will start 20th in the 5J from right here in New Egypt. In the 7M, out of New Gretna, carrying our in-car camera tonight, Paul Mancini. Paul Mancini in the 7M. Chris Garback will start 22nd out of South Brunswick in the number 7. And Joe Nappy will start 23rd in the 28. Oh, Nikki, a rough and tumble Sportsman feature. We're hoping for 30 big, green, clean laps in the modifieds. A lot of heavy hitters in this one, some starting deep in the pack. Tough track tonight. A lot of different storylines we're chasing, too.
Well, absolutely, Jim, and you got to feel for Ethan Bill. He come here tonight as a one-man band doing all the stuff basically himself. He had a couple people help him out. It's crazy. It happens. It's happened before. He'll bounce back from it. He had a really fast race car. Got to take your hat off to the kid. By no means was he cheating. Probably just didn't put enough fuel in the car. Something stupid like that. He's not that kind of guy. But here we go. Modified feature event. And we're going to get at it here. We're going to do a couple things at the beginning here. All right, we're going to go do a tribute to Katy Mancini. We'll let you know when it happens. We'll tell you what it is. Paul Mancini, of course, her son, is going to pace the field when they go 4 wide. So what I want you to do is I want you to get your cell phones out, gang. I want you to put your flashlight on your cell phone. Get them out. We're going to light it up. For Katy Mancini, we're going to light it up. Put your flashlights on your cell phones. Show her that you care. Stand up with your cell phone, with your flashlight on. Paul's going to get in front of the pace truck. We're going to send this up to heaven so Katy can see it. We're paying tribute to her tonight. Light it up, gang. We're going to go a couple laps here. All right, next time by is going to be the wave lap. I want you to wave your phones on this next time, gang. Next time by. Put your flashlight on. Light a cigarette. Put your lighter up. Do whatever you got to do. All right, now the 7 will move out front by himself. That's a tribute to his mom. And then when we come off of 4, you're going to wave your flashlights on your camera, and we're going to show a tribute to his mom here at New Egypt Speedway. This is for you, Katy. We miss you. You should be here. It isn't always about racing, people. It's about people. It's about family. It's about friends. It's about mom and dads. Thank you for doing that. Thank you very much. All right, next time they're going to go green. Lights will be out. The Katy Mancini Memorial tonight. Here we go. looking for green. As Pete would say, are you ready for the Thunder in the Pines? That guy walking down front there, that's Rob Mancini. That's Katy's husband right there. Wave at him. Let him know you care. Here we go. Lights are out. It's go time. As Pete Wortman would say, are you ready? Are you ready for the Thunder in the Pines? It's about ready to happen off of turn number 4. Here we go. 30 laps of green flag racing. Here we go down the front. Coolio jumps out. Everybody gets through 1 and 2. Down the back goes Brian Cool. Keep your eyes on your guys as they come through the back. Davey Salmon's on the bottom now looking for third. Everybody bunched off of turn number 4 as they come down the front to complete lap number 1. Tanner Van Dorn on the high side. Billy Powell's going to follow him through. Van Dorn splits him, but here comes Danny Buck now. Keep your eye on the middle of the pack. Good racing all the way through. Brian Cool now trying to distance himself from the rest of the pack. But here comes Davey Salmons and that 928 of Kevin Borden running really well right now. Buffalino and then Jack Butler, Frank Venezia, everybody on the bye. Here comes Ryan Godown now. Whoop, he gets shut down on the backstretch. Little tight back there on the D. Meanwhile, Brian Cool opens up about 5-6 car lengths. Danny Buck now. He's on the move as he's on the inside. Tanner Van Dorn, high, wide, and handsome as they come through. Everybody battling through one of them deals where whoever gets to the front first. Keep your eye on the guys that are in the point battle. Meanwhile, Brian Cool, Davey Salmon, Jack Butler, Buffalino, Danny Buck now switches grooves, goes to the high side as he goes up in the attic to try and get a couple of spots. Go down's on the bottom. Will Dupree. Pouch now trying to work his way through the traffic. Meanwhile, it's still Brian Cool, Davey Salmon, Butler, Buffalino. Danny Buck is the man on the move. Keep your eye on the 6 car. Go down trying to work his way to follow him through. Coolio is trying to cool him off here. Here he comes down the front. Still about 4 or 5 car lengths over Davey Salmons. Butler. Then it's Buffalino and Buck. Good battle through the middle of the pack here. The thrilling up on the high side. Meanwhile, it's still Brian Cool. Cool hasn't won in a while. He's thirsty for a win. Danny Buck underneath the Buffalino. They're side by side as they get into turn 1. Buck gains another spot. He'll move to 4th spot. Meanwhile, go down trying to hunt everybody down. Cool driving a good race. He's hitting all his marks here. Davey Salmons. Then you have Jack Butler, Danny Buck, Buffalino, go down. Then you have Justin Grasso. Battle behind the pack there, in the back of the pack. Hornet Nest back there. Meanwhile, ever so slightly, Salmons is edging up to Cool. Meanwhile, Danny Buck trying to get a hold of Jack Butler here. Meanwhile, good battle in the back of the pack here. Tanner Van Dorn trying to figure out which way he wants to get by Venezia and Schilling. Still Cool, then Salmons, then Butler, then Danny Buck. These are the times when you wish for a caution so you can make up some ground. Right now, everybody's kind of staying put. Cool knows if he can run and hide, he may have an advantage here, and he's trying to do that. He's opened up about 5-6 car lengths. Now Danny Buck edging in on the back bumper of Jack Butler as he gets almost underneath him in the 1. Go down now, trying to track down Buffalino. Pouch is coming up on the top side of Justin Grasso. Brian Cool, Salmons is edging closer. So is Jack Butler, so is Danny Buck. Buck now moves upstairs. Buffalino trying to hold off Ryan Godown. Torrid pace being set here by Brian Cool. 12 laps in, this will be 13 right here. Buck is all over Jack Butler. All over Butler like a cheap suit from Sears. Here we go. And the same for Go Down and Buffalino. Pouch now coming. Cool does not want to see a caution. That would bunch everybody up. In the meantime, Danny Buck is flying, trying to get around the outside. Now he switches to the low side. He gets by Jack Butler on the backstretch. Lap traffic on the horizon. Yeah, that'll separate the men from the boys here as they get into lap traffic. Maybe 2 laps. Halfway, 15 down, 15 to go. Go Down on the inside of Buffalino. And I'm telling you, the top 5 cars are going to get close as soon as we get to lap traffic. Cannot make no mistakes. Cool is hitting all his marks at this point. Meanwhile, here they come. Go Down, Buffalino, Pouch. Justin Grasso, the thrilling. Now Davey Salmons has caught him. And that gives Danny Buck the chance to catch both of them. Davey Salmons on the inside, Danny Buck on the outside. We're going to go 3 wide down the back. Nope, 3 wide in turn 3. Here they come, 3 wide. Danny Buck on the high side. In the middle is Cool. Down the bottom is Davey Salmons. And there's a lap car right ahead of him. It's he who picks the right spot. Danny Buck dives to the bottom, and he grabs second. What a move by Danny Buck in the 6 car. There ain't no mirrors in these race cars, but they're driving like the bus drivers in Philly streets here right now. Danny Buck grabs the lead, then it's Cool. Then it's Salmons, then it's Butler, and here comes Go Now. Pouch is high, wide, and handsome now. What a torrid pace they are putting apart here. Danny Buck opens up a quarter straightaway on Brian Cool. And that's what he needs. He needs Cool to hold up some people by he skates away, and he's doing that. Meanwhile, Pouch is ever so closely getting to Go Down. Danny Buck. Half a straightaway now. Brian Cool stays where he's at. Davey Salmons, Jack Butler, all driving a good race. These are hard cars to pass. It isn't going to be easy. You want to be the leader here. Non-stop right now. Lap traffic going to play a part. Danny Buck's got to hit him just perfect. Jack Butler underneath the Davey Salmons looking to get 2 for 1, but he can't do it. Meanwhile, Danny Buck on a mission. Buck on the bottom now, getting the lap cars. Trying to put the lap cars between him and the leaders. He doesn't know he's just straightaway out. Brian Cool holding his own, driving a hell of a race in that 37. Jack Butler now the 3rd. Pouch now looking for 4th. Pouch has gotten by Go Down. Right now it's all Danny Buck. Coming up on 5 to go. 5 to go. Danny Buck, all he's got to do is clear these lap cars the way he should. Being a little patient here. 4 to go on Buck. This time he gets down to the bottom. 2 lap cars dead ahead of him. They're slowing him up a little bit. Cool is still 2nd. Driving a hell of a race. Jack Butler throws it in there. Pouch is boxed in. In the meantime, Danny Buck goes 3 wide into turn number 3, trying to get by these lap cars. Now he clears Joe Brown and Will Dupree, and he's still got 3 lap cars ahead of him. It's going to be hard pressed for anybody to get to him. 2 to go on Danny Buck. Driving the wheels off it, non-stop here. Now he's going to try the middle. Venezia comes down on him. Buck now, for all it's worth, he doesn't know that there's nobody near him at all. Good race for 2nd and 3rd. Pouch now. Danny Buck, white flag lap. Buck down the backstretch. He knew he had to redeem himself. He knew he had to get a win. He knew he had to get to the front first, and guess what? He done that, and he wins the feature. Danny Buck is your winner. Pouch is second. Jack Butler is third. Ryan Godown and Brian Poole.
So Danny Buck came into tonight with 2 wins, 4 points behind Ryan Godown for that championship. Danny Buck wins. Ryan Godown finishes 4th. We may have a tie or a new points leader once everything is tabulated tonight. Modifieds going 30 nonstop laps. And Danny Buck, if he's not the points leader, he might be tied with Ryan Godown after tonight. Danny Buck pulling that CNS equipment number 6 into victory lane. We will head downstairs momentarily with Nick Leach, who'll have Danny Buck, an excited Danny Buck in victory lane. This is going to even tighten further the points. 4 points coming into tonight, and they could be tied, or Danny Buck could be your new points leader after tonight. We'll send it downstairs to Nick Leach.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daring Dan the stock car man, Danny Buck. Welcome back, my friend. Well, it takes 2 to get this done, and I'll tell you what, you knew what you had to do. We talked during the week, and you said, I know what I have to do. I just got to be the first one to the front, and that's what it's been the last few weeks here, Dan. You let them get the point and lead on you, and you're in the top 3 there in the points, and this is what it's going to take to a drive like this. And God bless you, man, because that's a lot of laps with no cautions.
Yeah, that's we kind of set up for that, and I was kind of hoping for that tonight. So just starting a little closer to the front than I'm normally used to, I was like, man, I hope it goes green. We're going to throw a huge thing at it and just see how it goes. And you know, one of them nights like last 2 weeks ago, nothing went my way. Tonight, everything went my way. So, man, just can't thank all the people that are behind me. You know, last week was pretty gruesome. You know, just a terrible run. We lost the points lead. Everybody kind of got back to the shop Sunday, put our noses down, and we got to work. You know, we changed motors. We did a whole bunch of stuff. My dad, we pulled this motor out to freshen it because it was lapped out, and he turned it back around in a week because I was screaming and hollering last week. So, you know, but we got it done tonight.
I was watching the race, calling it from up top there, and I'm watching. I'm like, the lap cars are coming. What are you going to do with the lap cars? When you split them cars in the middle, I know a lot of people that are fans of yours are going, oh, boy, here we go. And the track was just that good that you can make them kind of moves.
Yeah, you know, we've had a great car all year. Not to keep referring back to last week, but I don't know what happened. You know, we just had an off week, and it was really bad. And that just sometimes pisses me off, makes me work harder. And, you know, we really, like I said, I really went through everything really good this week. We ran good at Georgetown last week, just kind of got my head back on straight there and, you know, put our nose to the grindstone tonight and went for it.
Well, you didn't get here by yourself. You had a lot of help. Tell everybody who helped you with this deal.
Yeah, CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish. Short load concrete, bummed short load Dave's not here tonight. Mikey had to take off. Man Miller Electric, My Place Smoked Meats, all my crew. I'm sure I'm forgetting a bunch of them. Picture Perfect Painting. He's a new one, you know, last couple years here. Napa, you know, we have a bunch of great people behind us. Jack Lehner, JLR Technologies, Vinny Salerno. I kind of forget him every once in a while, man. He's a good guy. He's kind of got me pointed in the right direction middle of last year, and then Jack started helping us too, and we really, you know, started working together with some really smart people and got me where I should be.
And now you have a reason for them hero cards that Pete made you.
Yeah, and now I can pay for them too.
Well, Dan, this is how it's going to be. For the next couple of weeks, you got 2 more point races. It's going to be who gets to the front first. You got 2 great guys that are right at your door. And if you're not the point lead, you're tied for the point lead. This is going to make it exciting for the fans.
Yeah, all along, it's going to come down to the last night. Everybody all year long, man, you got it wrapped up. You've been out in the top 3 every week. When you're racing against Pouch Jr. and go down, you can't ever have a week like I had 2 weeks ago. It just that erased my whole year. That 1 week. So, it's going to be close. Hopefully we can have a good, clean race and put a good show on for the fans. I don't know anywhere else on the East Coast right now that has as good a racing as we have here at New Egypt Speedway and, a tight point battle like that. So it's making me bite my nails, but it's probably great for the fans.
Oh, it's absolutely great for the fans. Let's hear it for Danny Buck. I'll see you at the trailer. Save a beer for me.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Brother. Yep.
And breaking news right now, coming into the final 2 nights of points, Danny Buck will be your points leader by 6 points going into next week. Thank you, Pete Wortman, in his cabin in Maine for doing the math so very much. Folks, we want to thank you very much for coming out to New Egypt on a beautiful night. Don't forget, we're back in action this Thursday, post time 7:15 for the Short Track Super Series. If you liked what you saw tonight, we're going to have the best of the best in the Northeast here. Thursday night, post time 7:15, hot laps at 6:30, and then we come back next Saturday night for Cameron Autograph Night, a 3-division show with just a couple of points races left. So on behalf of everybody in attendance tonight, on behalf of General Manager Chris Moore, owner Fred Valsing, Operations Manager Mark Blackwell, all of our sponsors tonight, all of our communications, the Mancini family, the Ellery family, our video crew, our scorers, our race director. We want to thank you so much for joining us at the races Saturday night. We'll see you back here Thursday and then Saturday next week. Goodbye from the New Egypt Speedway. We'll see you soon.